Hello, everybody, and welcome to We Are Nerdsmith. I'm Fennec, the Associate Director here at Nerdsmith, and we're so grateful that you all could join us here today for this amazing one-shot that we're going to be running with our guest DM, Sam Webby, who's going to tell us more about what we're playing today.
Yeah, hello, We Are Nerdsmith. Do not adjust your set. I'm taking over for the day, not the whole day, but just for this session. We're going to be playing the Spy game, which is our 5e-based game that's in development at the moment, and will be kickstarting on the 2nd of July. It's a game all about international espionage and intrigue, set tomorrow, with the familiar 5e rule system at its core. So it's really familiar, but also has a cool slant on things being a modern game and being all about covert operations. So you guys are going to get to play as our agents for the day. Let's go around, I guess, and have a chat to the other people who are here. Who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to? Fennec, why don't we start with you?
Great. Hi, I'm Fennec. I'm the Associate Director at Nerdsmith. I'm on a couple of the podcasts there, such as The Land Above, In Vain While Purgishnacht, and you can also find me on Friday nights at Morty's Devils on the Phantom Roll booth. You can also find me on Twitter at the Fennec Wolf, and pretty much everything else. So yeah, that's me. Hi everyone. You're awesome. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Next on my list of little Zoom things is Josh. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. So I'm Josh, also Mini Vizzini in certain circles online. I'm a critter, I guess. So I'm kind of Nerdsmith adjacent, do some stuff with the Cantata Pansophical. Twitter's at Mini Vizzini, and I'm just excited to be here today.
Awesome. Cool. And Ali, let's talk to you. How are you doing?
Good. I'm Ali. I make too many GIFs all the time. Too many of everything. It's all good. And I started streaming. I think that's about it. I'm constantly being a fan of stuff online, so you'll probably see me screaming on Twitter.
Where can we find that Twitter and where can we find that Twitch channel?
At Perfect Casima for both. I'll be in chat. You can follow me. You can click on my handle and follow me.
Do it. All right. I am Sam Webb, one half of Black Cats Gaming, who's developing this fine role-playing game. I'm also by day the head of RPG development at Modifius Entertainment for all your goodness for like Star Trek Adventures, Conan, Infinity, all that other cool stuff as well. You can follow me around the internet. Thank you, Fennec. You can follow me around the internet at RPG Webby, or you can follow Black Cats to follow more of our shenanigans and our build up to the Kickstarter on the 2nd of July. Without further ado, let's have a little chat through the beginning of this game. We're going to have a look at the pre-gens you guys have all selected, and we're going to have a look at the actual agency that you guys are going to be playing as. So first of all, I would like you folks to have a little chat. And maybe we should take suggestions from chat as well about who this agency is, like what their kind of name is, what their kind of main MO is, any thoughts and ideas you might have from anything you've seen today, any colors, any cool weird names for like code names or kind of like agency company names even. Give them a shout and we'll come up with who you folks are. What do you think?
I dig it.
Oh gosh, decisions.
It's not an easy opener. It's not an easy opener, is it?
Nah, I'm great at decisions. You know it.
So we have a face character with us today. Fennec, that's you. So the face is a bit like our D&D bard in a way. They are the face of the group, so they go around and either persuade, deceive people, get into places, pretend to be other people with cool disguises, all that kind of stuff. We also have hacker. That hacker today is Josh, and the hacker is all about getting into computer systems, messing with the hardware and the software, and changing them, disabling them, all that kind of cool stuff as well. So you've got some techie stuff behind you as a little agency as well. But not only that, Ali, you're playing the Infiltrator, which is like a kind of covert ops specialist, gets in, it's very roguey in that kind of archetypal sense. And it's very good at sneaking around. So we've got a kind of real professional kind of operator in terms of like these kind of covert operations as well. So it's quite a professional outfit. So maybe something along those lines sparks your creativity. I don't know. What do you think?
Looks like chat has many suggestions.
Oh, yes.
Oh, let's have a look. I am late to chat. You'll have to shout them at me.
Let's see. What do we have?
We've got the Subtle Knife, Winged Rainbow Fish Incorporated, the Silent Rainbow Fish, and the Silent Rainbow Knife so far.
What do you folks think?
I'm sensing a pride theme.
I mean, we gotta. It's June. It's gotta be gay.
Nice, I like it. We had what was it? We had Rainbow Fish.
We have so many options.
I like the one that was specifically a company, like Professional Rainbow Fish Incorporated or whatever it was like maybe you're like some kind of like fish delivery service, like by day, but by night you're these folks slipping into buildings, getting into computer systems, all that kind of stuff. I don't know.
I like it.
Yeah.
We had Rainbow Web there. I'm late to chat. Which one was the one that was the incorporated at the end?
Was it, I think Zach's Winged Rainbow Fish Incorporated?
Rainbow Fish Incorporated. It is. By day, delivering fish. By night, delivering infiltration, espionage, and
Also
intelligence.
fish, but more expensive.
Slightly different fish.
A little bit fishy.
We make sure you sleep with the fishes.
Oh no!
It's going to be all fish puns tonight, folks. All fish puns tonight. Hope you're ready for this.
They're not to scale, sorry.
Nice. All right. So we know who you folks are roughly in terms of your classes, and we'll get into those a little bit as well as we talk about your backgrounds. But I want to know who Control is. So Control is your handler. Control is me. So I'm the one giving you the mission. I'm the one handling you folks as you're on this mission. So who are they? Do you know who they are? Are they even a person at all? They like some kind of like computer AI or something. And then we've got to figure out like how they get in contact. So are they always available, or do they kind of, like drop you missions and then leave you to it? And then also like, what is their code name as well? That's a good shout too. So like, what do you, in terms of this weird fish company, like who do you think they are?
I don't know, but I really want us to all have fish code names.
We can switch that around.
So their code name could be like Kingfish.
Ooh.
All right, Kingfish. Who is Kingfish?
They work in the HR department during the day, so that's their cover.
Yes.
I can't think of anything else, y'all, so passing along to Josh and Allie here.
I think we know they work in HR, but we don't know which person in HR it is. They use like a voice modulator, and we just don't know. We're like,
I think that's cool. Yeah.
They've revealed this much. They hired us specifically through HR, but we don't know which HR person it is. I'm convinced it's the person who interviewed me, but y'all disagree.
Awesome. All right. So we got their code name. We got how they get in contact, and we got kind of like roughly who they are and stuff. That's all really cool. All right. So let's have a little talk about the classes and make sure that you've all got a little handle on what's going on there. Fennec, let's maybe have a little chat to you. You're the face, right?
Correct.
Awesome. All right. So as I said, our face is the kind of talker of the group. It's the person who can get past people's kind of like social barriers or like kind of go in disguise undetected and all that kind of stuff. But we need to have a look at their backgrounds for a second. So let me flip through my PDF and we'll see a little bit about that. We've got some choices to make or some creative decisions about kind of little names and stuff. We've already got a code name, but I want to know a little bit about their background. So in the spy game, we've got backgrounds very similarly to 5e as usual. They're a little bit different though, as we've adapted them to really fit into the genre too. So code name we've got. I need you to let me know what this is. Oh, what's the code name you've gone for?
It was originally Mesmer, but since we're all going with fish, it's going to be Koi. Just
all right.
Little play on words there.
Just to confuse me. I like it. All right, Koi. Okay, so I need to know Koi's nationality. That's somewhat of an important thing when it comes to diplomacy and espionage and stuff like that in the clandestine world of agencies.
She is American.
Cool. And then you've got 3 languages because you've got the diplomatic background. So which 3 languages do you speak? Before we start the mission, this mission is taking place in Japan. So bear that in mind if you want to make sure you speak the language, or you can make a choice to not know the language. That's up to you.
So she would know French, Japanese, and English.
Cool. All right. And then we have a choice to make about your double life. Your double life is the life that you lead outside of the agency. You might not lead much of a double life, or it might be everything to you. And this is like weirdly like a day job. So it's up to you. So in terms of the double life, we've got a couple of options from the pre-generated characters. We've either got that I'm an aide to the blank embassy, or I'm an international hostage negotiator.
I would say she probably grew up with an ambassador family, so she's an aide to the Japanese embassy in the US.
Okay, cool. Nice. And then we need to know about your secret. So this is something that only you and maybe a couple of other people know, and can certainly be used against you if captured. Yeah, everyone's closed their ears. So I would like to know that who you know is responsible for the assassination of blank. So someone's assassination. Who is that? And you will know who is responsible for that assassination.
Oh gosh. It would be the assassination of an American diplomat from like Eastern Europe, and she knew that it was the former KGB.
All right, nice. Okay. And then we come to ideal and bond as usual. So your ideals to pick from here are: a diplomat's work continues even while others fight, or is the velvet glove that disguises the fist of power.
Diplomacy is the velvet glove that disguises the fist of power.
All right. And then your bond. I would like you to pick one of the other 2 agents that you're working with today, and you negotiated the freedom of them, or they have your dirty work past.
I would say it would probably be Sorik, just because with a hacker, it's very easy to fake dirt on somebody. So Sorik has done dirty work for me.
That in mind. And unique feature to the face from level 1, you have a cover identity that is entirely your own, works very much like a real identity. You have all the right documentation, It's all official. You're on government databases and such. So either you can come up with an original one, or you can select one of the other backgrounds that are available to the player characters from this list. So academic, criminal, diplomatic, government, military, or sport. Or you can invent your own.
She would go with diplomatic.
Okay, cool. So you have like a second diplomatic identity. So you can kind of there's a bit more diplomatic immunity maybe in certain circles, and you can get to different embassies and stuff. Cool. All right, nice. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, well, let's chat to Josh, our hacker. Let me find that sheet a second. All right, so your background is criminal. Just remind me of the name, the fishy code name that you've now gone for.
So my name is Sorex, which in and of itself is probably a code name. I think I'm going to stick with Ziphius. Is that how you pronounce it? As my actual code name, because that is a genus of swordfish.
Nice. I never knew that. I wrote that down as well. It's actually in the pre-gen. Cool. All right. Let's go with that. And what nationality is Ziphius?
Canadian.
Okay, cool. And you have 2 languages to select. Which ones would you like to speak?
I'll go with English and Japanese.
Perfect. All right. And your double life. So you are wanted by the blank government for hacking their restricted databases. So I'd like to know which government you're on a wanted list with.
Austria.
You know what? That's fair. Maybe they deserve that. And your secrets, so that you know that someone is still alive. So who is that person?
I definitely came prepared with an answer for this. I mean, I could go with the obvious.
Always go with the obvious.
Go with the obvious? Okay. Elvis is definitely still alive.
Of course he is.
Yes.
All right. And then your ideal, there's a couple options here for you. Exposing the powerful is true democracy, or every encryption I break, I do for fun.
I'm going to go with the encryption.
Cool. All right. So this kind of stuff is more like a kind of fun hobby for you. There's exhilaration of just like breaking into stuff and getting around firewalls and all that kind of cool stuff. All right. I'd like you to pick one other person on the team here with you today who protects you offline while you protect them online.
Well, I mean, I could just make this go with Koi, since I already, we already established that I do her dirty work.
Cool. Very cool. I like it. All right. Ali, let's talk to you about this infiltrator. Which fishy code name did you go for?
We're going to go with Sandy for Sandab.
All right, just put that down. Lovely. And which nationality is Sandy?
Also Canadian.
Nice. Okay. And in terms of languages, you have 2 to select. Which 2 languages would you like to speak?
I'm just going to go in for French and English. We're just going to do it.
Cool. All right. Sometimes you don't need to know the language to get into the place you need to get into. That's fine. And
it's okay. We're fine.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of your double life, we have a few little options here. But basically, you are the infamous blank, the cat burglar, heist planner, armed robber, or car booster.
I think I want to go with heist planner, but I don't know what to do for a name for it.
That's cool. Chat, do we have a name for a heist planner? Maybe someone who is infamous to the police or in certain other clandestine and criminal circles. The background we have for the infiltrator, again, is criminal. So, again, I mean, maybe you know Ziphius a little bit from some hacking stuff too.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll press on and we'll see maybe if chat gives us some lovely ideas. So secret. You know the location of the real. Now there is a blank option if you want to invent something, or you can know the location of the real Mona Lisa. The idea that the ones on display aren't real.
I'm gonna go with the real Rodin's The Thinker.
Nice. I'm not arty at all. I have no idea what that is, but that's cool.
It's the sitting guy that's like this, with like his head like that.
Nice.
It's a sculpture that would be very, very hard to move.
Cool. I like it. And your ideal, I've got a couple options here for you. Why earn things when you can take them? Or thievery is an art and I am a master.
Thievery is an art and I am a master.
Nice. I like it. A little bit of arrogance is cool. And your bond, I want you to pick someone at the another one of your agents. And you are stealing to pay their ransom. Who is that?
Probably. I'm trying to think. Probably, I feel like it would be something with like Tatiana.
All right. So they're essentially being ransomed off, and you're having to kind of pay that off bit by bit as you do these jobs and stuff. All right. Cool. And I'm afraid that the press has branded you the Grand Poober because I didn't have any other suggestions. So you can thank Rylan TV for that.
Thanks, Rylan. I mean, I guess you don't get to pick your infamous name if you're good at your job.
Not really, unfortunately. But there we are. All right. Let me get back up to my adventure. Here we are. Okay. I can't scroll and talk. It's really awkward. So sorry about that. Okay. So you are on your way in a plane to Japan. Been told that this is your this is where your mission's going to be. But you haven't been briefed yet. You're watching the in-flight movie, which is Fast and Furious 12 or whatever we're up to at this point in the future. And it's awful, but it's the only thing on. When the video feed cuts out and across your little earphones that you plugged in, provided for by the airline, you hear the garbled electronic voice of human resources. And Kingfish is on the line. They say, "Welcome, agents. We've been informed by the whistleblower from the University of Tokyo that Dr. David Andrew, a seismologist with the Earthquake Research Institute at the university, is providing a private contact with the institute's research. We've identified Andrew and have a file on him here. And I am about to show you what pops up on the screen." So you should see there in Roll 20 a Japanese Security Intelligence Agency memo and Andrew's passport as well. So you can get an ID on him and have a look at his details there in case you need them on the mission. The only information we have on his contact is a code name, Jijin. We believe they are a threat, and the information is potentially dangerous. You must find and gather intel on Jijin's identity, track their location, and if possible, secure the data. The exchange will take place in the Grand Minato Hotel Casino. The agency doesn't want any trouble in Tokyo, so violence inside the casino itself is not sanctioned. Outside the casino building or in the street is allowed if absolutely necessary, but the agency will frown on it and will not lend aid if alarm is raised or the police are called. This is about infiltration and espionage, not run-and-gun battles in the streets. You're also given a list of equipment that you folks will have when you arrive in Tokyo for you. this is the gear pick. Now, essentially, at the top of every mission, what you'd be able to do is either the GM could offer you like an equipment list that is basically a bit like magic items up front rather than you kind of collecting them on the way, you know, because a good spy needs a good selection of gadgets. So I've done this one for you, but you can also, whilst you're playing the game, when it comes out, is be able to actually make your own pick from the gadget chapter or the equipment chapter as well. And certain classes will be able to pick stuff of their own volition when they go on missions. So there's a bit more flexibility there in terms of that, rather than having your adventuring gear and you're always keeping that. You've always got your +1 chainmail type stuff. You actually be able to swap equipment out and be able to pick some gadgets that are suitable for your briefing on your mission. You guys have been given the 3-night stay in the hotel itself, and you've been given an alias inside that as a guest in the hotel. You could be dropping in the night before, so you're checking in the day before the exchange is about to go down. And then you'll have that night, the second night, and then the third night just in case. So the night after, the day after the exchange. So Friday to Sunday, and actually 3 nights. So you're checking out on Monday. That gives you time to prepare for the mission that's going to happen on the Saturday. And as part of your stay, a 1,000 yen chip package is complimentary for the casino floor. You guys have also been given a sedan car, so you guys basically have the use of a 4-door sedan, just in case you need to drive around a bit, get around town, that kind of stuff. You also have a surveillance version of the attaché case. So this leather briefcase contains cover identities for everyone, and that matches your reservations. It includes 1 pair of binoculars, a contact microphone, 30,000 yen in cash, and a single GPS tracking device. You also have some civilian uniforms. 1 set of clothes as chosen and defined by you. Civilian uniform can be one that's worn by any professional that isn't an emergency service worker, such as like chef whites, security guard uniform, press jackets for working as in the journalism, or like service uniforms, or even just simply high-vis garments, because there's nothing more like you'd be able to get in places than just wearing a high-vis and holding a clipboard. So that's an option too. Then you've also got a real gadget here, a Babel earphone. So this covert earpiece can translate foreign languages in real time. When you're wearing the Babel earbud, you can understand any language as if you know it, and can speak any language. There you go, right? And you can speak any language by reciting what the earpiece is saying to you. There is also a set of radios for the 3 of you with covert earpieces. So these tiny earbuds sit in the ear like one of a pair of earphones, but is wireless and is colored nude to the wearer, so that it is not easily visible. So that is your stuff as well. And you folks all touch down in Tokyo and head over. The sedan is waiting for you at the airport. You head over to the actual casino itself. And you can check out what's going on there as you like. You might be able to see on the map for Roll20 as well. So you got there. You guys are all in the lobby, and then you've also got the casino floors that you can just kind of look over there too, essentially. So you all arrive on the Friday evening, booking into your plush rooms on the 7th floor. You all have aliases for the weekend, and you're perfectly incognito as tourists, business people, or whatever you decide is up to you. You have around 24 hours before Jijin and Dr. Andrew are due to meet, and it's been a long flight. Any weapons, equipment, or gadgets that have been checked inside your luggage, so all you have to do, you all have full access to your gear inside your rooms. You have 24 hours to case the casino and put plans in place, but doing anything that might blow your cover is going to jeopardize your chance to witness the exchange on Saturday night. What would you guys like to do?
I think perhaps we should scope out the casino and just make sure we got everything ready for our friends. Also, I don't know where that yapping dog is coming from, but these hotels should not allow pets.
It's like a little chihuahua in the lobby whilst you're checking in. To like a Western tourist, sunglasses. She's done up very elegantly. Clearly here to try her hand at one of the first casinos that's actually resident in Tokyo since they passed new legislation. So she's got an air about her, but you don't recognize her necessarily as like a celebrity or anything. Just kind of a high roller, I'd imagine.
Good baby.
Okay, with you folks all having checked in, is there anything you like to do, particularly looking at the map, looking at the actual layout of the casino itself, that you'd like to investigate, explore, set up for? You could even just try a hand at a few card games or craps or something, just to see kind of what casino is like. It's up to you.
All right, so I'm still trying to figure out what's what the premise is, what's going on. So there's going to be this drop of information, and are we supposed to just witness it, or are we supposed to stop it from happening? Are we supposed to apprehend them afterwards?
No, so the actual objective of the mission is to basically make Jijin. All we've got on her at the moment is that they are that's their code name, essentially. We don't actually know who they are, kind of like what they're up to. So we need to track them. We need to kind of like find out what their kind of operation is. If you can grab the data that's on the way, however that's being delivered, then absolutely try and do that. If you can get in kind of undetected. Again, like we said in the briefing, we don't want any trouble in the casino or anything like that. So this is more about witnessing what occurred and then getting a lead on where Jijin might be, or what they're up to, or who they even are.
Okay, thank you.
So a little bit for folks at home, we've got on the ground floor, we've got the casino floor itself. Once you walk through the lobby past the elevators, you see some blackjack tables straight in front of you. To the right-hand side, down to the kind of south side of the casino floor, you've got some roulette tables and some craps tables as well to the other side. Security here walking in between the tables. There's a couple of those. There are also a couple of security guards stood at either doorway that, having seen and being able to see these plans for the two floors of the casino and the hotel itself, that leads out into the kind of back of house areas and the counting room and the night vault itself. There is security, like a security room that they'll monitor the casino floor with CCTV. Each of the areas, the blackjack, roulette, craps, is known as a pit, and there is the dealers at the tables, but there is also the pit boss who looks after each of those areas. And they're effectively like a little kind of manager just of that area. And then there'll be a head pit boss that's probably in the security room as well, who will be monitoring all the games and just checking for any cheating or making sure there isn't any problems, or they're the ones that people go to if they're not happy with the dealer, then they go to the pit boss. If they're not happy with that decision, so they think something's gone wrong with the game they're playing, then it will go to the lead pit boss and they will have true oversight on like what's going on. Got a couple of restrooms there on the ground floor as well. And then on the first floor, you've also got like a little mezzanine that has a balcony that cuts away and you can see down into the casino floor. And that itself has a couple of bars as well, just upstairs.
Okay, so I think the first thing to do, I guess, we just go down the first floor, kind of scope the place out, see exactly what we're looking at. I'm going to be keeping an eye on, what devices are in the area, where the security cameras are, that kind of thing.
Sure, okay. So just checking around generally for that kind of stuff. It's really easy. I'm not going to ask you to roll a check. People, of course, have their own personal devices out, either little tablets, phones, Bluetooth, stuff like that, smartphones. There is a Wi-Fi code for all guests here as well as having like a little public Wi-Fi for people who come into the casino and who aren't staying. So there is a network that you could potentially access that is the hotels. And you do detect nearer the craps tables, nearer the actual back of house area, there is a staff Wi-Fi as well, just in case.
Yeah, I also want to go just kind of like make the rounds acting as if I'm like choosing where I want to play. So like going in around
I think you cut out.
Yeah, Ali,
sorry.
That's all right.
I don't know where I cut out, but I'm like gonna go around up to the second floor through like the far side elevator and then like loop around back to the front side elevator and then like go down and like settle at a table as if like I went and checked. But I like just kind of want to check out security in the elevators and kind of all around, but make it look like I'm kind of focusing on the tables themselves.
All right, I want you to make the first roll of the game. So we have an espionage skill in the spy game, a little bit like investigation, but it's more about you checking for like information that is so kind of picking up on people, connecting the dots, all that kind of stuff. So this is essentially, so we also have infiltration as a skill, which is more about kind of casing, kind of burglary, and also about kind of like predicting guards' routes and stuff like that. But I reckon this is an espionage check. So if you want to roll that d20 for me and add whatever bonus you get for that.
That is going to be. You said this is espionage, right?
It is, yeah, espionage.
So, 15.
All right. So you make a good job of heading around the tables and just hovering just enough to stick by the security guards just to see how they operate. So for the bouncers, they're on 24/7 as the casino floor is open. There's a one bouncer at position of each door and staircase, as well as two walking the gambling floor. They are all Japanese nationals. They're dressed in black suits with a black collarless shirt as well. They've got little earpieces in, those proper security ones with a little beaded back that goes down underneath their clothes. And they, let me just check this. Yeah, and they don't seem to be carrying any weapons themselves.
All right.
While this is going on, Tatiana's gonna head to the bar and see if she can't possibly get eyes on the doctor, if the doctor's in there at all, and start to, if he is, make contact with him.
Sure, all right. Did you want to head down to the downstairs bar just by the lobby, or did you want to head upstairs to the kind of mezzanine bar?
She would do the mezzanine bar.
You head upstairs to the mezzanine, and this evening, remember where the day before the actual drop itself, and you see a few guests as it's getting kind of a little bit later into the evening. As you're walking around, you see quite a few holiday goers, a mix of different nationalities. All just enjoying themselves, having a look around for Dr. Andrew himself. You don't see anyone by the description on the passport or by the photo, the reference you've got. So you'll be expecting him tomorrow.
Alrighty. She's just gonna keep a watch and see if there's any sort of security in this area and make sure to mark them.
Sure. So as you see on the map there, you've got one just by the staircase down. That is the opposite side to the elevators. So the elevators that are just behind the bar that you're at, where your token's at, heads down towards the kind of lobby elevators. And then the elevators that are on the very other side, they can either be used to access the rooms, as well as these ones, to be fair. There's also another set of elevators on the other side, just in case the other ones were busy. So there's a security guard just by the elevators, usually hanging around that area of the bar on that side, and then there's one downstairs, just by the stairs, just down there. And then also just where you are in the bottom right left-hand corner, that bar, there's not really many security roaming around there. You do notice there's the other bar on the other side, kind of like diagonally opposite. So you've got 2 serving areas for people, and they are doing a bit of table service too. So it's quite plush.
Good to know.
Any little poking around you folks want to do as well?
So the staff Wi-Fi that you were talking about, is that something that can be accessed remotely, or is that some sort of like manual kiosk that's located at the craps, behind the craps table?
So you're getting a signal from near the craps side of the casino floor itself. So you'll be able to access that remotely if you wanted to. It will have a password firewall up, so you will need to access that if you want to try and get any information on that kind of thing. So to help you out a little bit with a hacker, so what you can do is knowing that there's the password prompt coming up. What you can do is you can try and break through that password firewall. So on the second side of your sheet, you've got a few hacking tools, and one of them, I believe, is a blunt force entry style tool. Yeah, so we have a brute force attack with Dave's tools. What you'll need to do, I'm reading it sideways because I've got this sideways, you it attacks a password to find out and gain access to it. It's made so you make a hacking attack targeting the password firewall. If successful, you deal 1d8 coding damage. So it's got its own armor class and its own hit points as a firewall. So what I need you to do is to make an intelligence check for me, and you can add your proficiency as well to that attack. So roll that d20 for me, and then add your intelligence modifier and proficiency as well.
Okay, so in the area that I'm in, it wouldn't look suspicious that I'm doing this. I'm just...
Sure. So what device do you use
connecting...
usually to hack and do stuff like that?
Probably a laptop, but I've got a couple others.
Yeah. So you could essentially use any of those devices you'd like to make the kind of hack, make the attack.
Okay, so I've got a smartphone with me that would probably be a little bit less suspicious.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh no. So that's a 7 on...
Okay, it's not quite gonna make it. So this is just taking a little bit more time. As you're flicking around on your phone, you're spending a little bit too much time at that craps table, not really playing, and just because it's just taking some time, but we're under no real kind of turn initiative kind of pressure. What I'm going to say is just as you crack through, the security card comes over and waves you on to move away from the table.
Okay. So I guess I'll walk away from there, head on over toward... head on over towards the roulette tables.
Cool. All right. You can just get through a signal, just very, very weakly, for that Wi-Fi network. As you look through that network, make your way through as the hacker that you are, you don't notice very much that you can work with. You can see some protected and encrypted kind of like staff files, like appraisals and like, discipline problems and like bits and bobs that you might see in any kind of like HR thing. You can look into their accounts as well if you really wanted to, and it shows just the kind of top sheets for the day and income, outcome, just of the casino itself, and all that kind of thing. What you don't manage to find is the security camera kind of setup. There's no actual connection there. This isn't part of the network.
Okay. I guess, can I look around for an encrypted file and just, try to decrypt it for fun?
Yeah, sure. All right.
It's just something that seems interesting.
Yeah. So this is one of the actions that you can take. Don't necessarily need a tool for this one, although you may have something here. That's DNS attack. So if you want to roll for me decryption, difficulty for this is going to be 10. So again, if you want to roll, it's basically your infotech skill. So if you want to roll your intelligence with your proficiency, so +3 to the dice roll.
That would be a 6.
All right. So without the encryption code itself, you don't manage to decrypt the file. You grabbed it from one of the staff folders. It didn't seem all that important, but you had to go anyway.
Okay.
All right. What are your other folks up to at the moment?
Just trying to get information and see what the lay of the land is, like if there's any sort of special events going on tomorrow night, or if it's going to be busier because it's a Saturday type of a deal.
Yeah, it will most likely be busier. I mean, I can imagine you're speaking a little bit to the staff, getting on kind of friendly terms as well. They are expecting a busy night tomorrow, but there's nothing out of the ordinary going on in terms of like an event or anything like that. They don't have a venue set up for that kind of thing either, so they're not like performances or anything happening. It's not like a large casino like that. This is just really kind of part of the hotel itself. So it's kind of business as usual, but still probably quite busy tomorrow. We've got the kind of layout of the place itself still, and security pretty much behaves as outlined. There's a couple of them walking the floor. There's them posted on those places, on those doors. As you see staff enter and leave the actual casino floor itself, you see that they have a little card, one of the little remote cards that they tap onto a receiver, and the doors will then unlock for them, and they go back and forth that way. The croupiers themselves, they work fairly short shifts with quite a few breaks in them, so they'll only actually deal for a kind of like maximum an hour, and then they'll head off, refresh, refocus for 10-15 minutes. They'll head out into the staff area, and then they'll head back to the casino floor to take over either the table they were on or maybe another table, different game, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's good to know. So dealers only stay out an hour. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, they're back like after, so say they could work for half an hour, then head for a break, or they could work the maximum they ever work at a time is an hour, head off for a break, and then come back. Yeah. Ali, I think you were saying something, but you're muted again. Sorry.
Yeah. I want to be like, oh shoot. Specifying that like I'm kind of just trying to speak just French or stay quiet around to like kind of just get people to leave me alone with whatever I'm doing. which is I kind of want to see if like as people go in and out of doors, if I can get like a line of sight into like the back areas without having to go in there. So I think like I might be playing a few games like low stakes and then just making sure that I have like a line of sight on a different door until I get a glimpse through. And then just kind of like noting to myself how the layout is.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So when you look down past the cage, which is basically the kind of cashing out area for the actual casino itself, so you'll buy chips there and you'll hand them in and you'll receive actual cash from there, or even like kind of debit and credit card type stuff. Through that doorway, then on the like south edge of the floor itself, then you see a little bit into a narrow corridor, but that has basically been cornered off, so you don't really see anything through there. And then on the eastern side of the floor by the craps tables, you've got that door there. So basically a corridor behind it, and that door opens parallel to it. So you've got the short end of the corridor. You don't see down a corridor anywhere there. So it's only just those two as you just peer through, just getting a little bit of that.
All right.
Any other bits and bobs in terms of the kind of real casing of the joint infiltration that we want to get to before we head off to the next day?
I'm trying to think of what else there is to like infiltrate / get more info on. I'm drawing a blank.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, you guys have got a good lay of the land in terms of the actual kind of public spaces of the casino. Might be a good shout to try and find out if there are any other ways to get into kind of like the back end to the kind of staff areas, or to see if you can actually get in that way. Remember, you've got the civilian clothing for the gadget pick, which you guys can tell me what that is. So like you say, it could be like a chef or it could be like a security guard or something. So the agency will be able to provide you with that kind of thing. It won't be a full cover identity, but it will be a costume that you can wear as a disguise.
So the cleaning crew, do I see any like janitors in the area? Do I kind of want to see how they're acting, if there's any identifying features in what they're wearing.
Yeah, sure. So there aren't so much janitors as it's the kind of hospitality staff more than anything that do that kind of cleaning work out here on the casino floor, at least. So they're all wearing kind of like as you might expect, like white shirts, black trousers, little black bow ties. They're just kind of giving it an air of posterity, out here, and they always look fairly kind of well turned out. You do also see a couple of them tonight who aren't wearing a bow tie, have like a unbuttoned white shirt or blouse, one of the women that's on tonight who is hospitality, who's serving drinks and stuff, who is just doing table service. She's just wearing that kind of like open collar blouse, but also like a black skirt. So she's not quite conforming to the uniform properly as you might expect it. Like these bow ties all look a certain way up close. The trousers are all cut in a certain way, so it looks more like an actual uniform that they have made themselves, or they've bought not off the peg, like they've kind of had it tailored, if you know what I mean. But there's a couple of people who aren't quite matching the same style, who are still wearing similar clothing, so black bottoms, white shirt, but they're not conforming quite right.
Okay, and they're mainly at the bar. The ones that aren't conforming.
Yeah, so they don't move around as swiftly as the other hospitality staff. There's down here, I mean, people are getting drinks brought to their gambling tables, to the roulette tables and the craps tables and stuff. So while you're looking around like at the roulette tables, that's new. So yeah, while you're looking at the craps tables and have moved over to the roulette, you see people coming over and they're moving a lot swifter, whereas the ones who you just glance just behind, not through the wall, but you can see them just working a little bit at the bar tables that you can just get eyes on in the bottom left hand corner. You see them kind of, they're not as professional as the others. They're bringing drinks to the table. They're still taking quite a bit of direction from the actual bar staff that are on the bar.
So, what types of people are actually going through the door by the craps tables?
So there'll be the hospitality staff and any of the croupiers and any of the security staff that do swap out for a break from time to time.
So my question is how many cocktail waitresses are there, and how long do they stay on the floor? Because that's a possible way to get close to targets.
Yeah. The cocktail servers are here all night. They get a break just for say like 10-15 minutes, but Friday night, as you guys are here at the moment, it's fairly busy, and they are doing good business over at the different bars. Up on the mezzanine, you've got you've got kind of one server who's at the tables, and then you've got one bar staff person on the bar each on the mezzanine. And then downstairs bar, if you have a little swing around there are a couple of people who are manning that bar. And then there is one staff member. Let's say two staff members who are walking the casino floor, who are looking professional, have got the bow ties and everything, and are dancing around people trying to get to their tables, get their drinks and stuff. And then there is the one server who I've pointed out with the skirt and the no bow tie, who is sticking around the bar area but doing table service there.
Copy that.
So what's up next?
How late is it at this point?
Oh, we're only getting kind of into the kind of just starting to be late evening, so we're probably heading into like kind of 9 o'clock, that kind of time, local time.
Something that I'd like to do at like the end of the night is like have been up in my room for a while and then like time it so I'm getting downstairs like close to closing, so like very late, and then being that annoying customer who only speaks French and wants a drink and won't leave the bar. And I want to kind of like judge like how like well organized they are to like remove me from that situation without any sort of like equipment or anything, and like what their response time is, like sort of like how long they let this go on and how much security is around later where I could possibly plant stuff.
Sure. Okay. So we'll take you folks into the next few hours, when it's fairly early in the morning, I'd say, kind of 1-2 o'clock, as the casino floor itself doesn't close. It's open 24 hours, especially over the weekend. But going into the early hours, so as you do, security is still fairly tight as they were walking the floor and on the doors themselves. Whereabouts are you heading up to the upstairs bar or the downstairs bar?
I'd like to go like to basically like do like a walkthrough of the second floor bar and then go downstairs and go to that bar.
Cool, no worries. So you head up to the bar there, and as you say, only speaking French, trying to get a drink, just kind of getting a bit aggravated and just being that customer. I would like you to roll. We've got intimidation on here, right? I think.
I'm very good at being that customer who doesn't speak a language that I don't speak.
That's fair. Yeah, we have intimidation. If you want to roll that for me. Nice. So 20, and then
Yep.
any modifier you've got. So +0 to that, but a 20.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's very good. Matt, you are that customer, like customer of the month.
Yeah.
Yeah. And depending on how you want to play it, how aggressive do you want to appear from early on, or do you want it to kind of build and you're testing where the tipping point is? Kind of what's the plan here?
I want to like test the tipping point. So I want to start like fairly low key and then be like kind of build up the frustration, and as chat says, the very much like the I would like to talk to your manager energy, but I couldn't speak to your manager if you brought them out to me. So
Amazing. Okay, yeah. So you do so. They take a bit of flack. They're trying to deal with you in the right way from the very start. You get the sense. Of the three, obviously, I think you would be the one to wear the earphone, the Babel earphone. Would you want to be wearing it now, or do you want to just test things and trust your instincts a little bit more?
I'm just testing things right now. I also don't want to be tempted to reply to them, which is much easier when I genuinely don't know what they're saying.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, you test it and you get more and more aggressive. The conclusion from this you get is that they will like take quite a lot of flack, but they do when you see that tipping point in the bartender, security is very quick to come over, and when they do,
Okay.
they try and talk to you, and they're not outwardly aggressive immediately. They're not pulling you away or anything like that. They're not physical to start with, but they are kind of like they're using their presence and they're kind of like moving a hand towards you, like, well, let's take this elsewhere, kind of thing. Kind of how do you respond?
I'm gonna be very like don't touch me-esque, and like kind of like plant myself further at the seat in the bar, and like I think they walk over and I'm not like yelling, but I'm still like angrily talking at them. So that's kind of the thing. It's just like a sort of like refusal to move and like physically putting up my hand to block if it seems like they're going to touch me in any way.
Sure. If they go to touch you, would you try and resist?
I think I would like gentle, like angry white lady with a lot of privilege smack away. And then see how that goes and like see from there.
They're not going in for like the like arm lock or anything straight away, but they are starting to now press upon you like, okay, now we are moving you away. You're going to need to leave. And they actually now there is only one security guard on you at this time, but they are kind of like wanting you to move.
And so, if this is cool with you, Fennec, something I want to have set up is like basically an alert press where I have Tatiana come and intervene as someone who can speak French, to come in to help. So like when I see that I've kind of pushed it as far as it can go without getting into a physical altercation and not wanting to like have my face and everything super known, as being like actual trouble, I would much rather be pegged as like someone who has been annoying before, but who isn't actually going to pose much harm. So I think I like basically alert Tatiana to the fact that, okay, let's pull it here. We've kind of seen their response and what we can get away with.
Yeah, Tatiana would come over and be like, mon ami, and blah, blah, blah. I cannot speak French and this is terrible, but hey. But she would speak to Sandy in French and then turn to the other ones and apologize in Japanese, and with pretending to have a tourist grasp of the language, just like very much apologize, like in a very kind of halting gomenasai, type, sort of like looking in a book, like to find the words.
Sure. In your belongings, you could totally have like a little tourist book. Yeah, cool. All right. So could you roll deception for me to calm the situation?
Sure.
See, this is why I was the one causing the scene to start with and not fixing it.
So with modifiers, that'd be an 18.
Nice, yeah, with your +5 to deception, that's a good roll. So they, so you calm the situation down, and Ali, you play the part as well of like, you know what's going on, you're calming down, and this woman's speaking English to you and everything, and it's all French, and it's all cool, and you're figuring it out. So basically, they'll take quite a lot of aggro in terms of the casino. They're trying to make the best for their clientele. They're trying to respect them as much as possible, but there is a tipping point, and it's basically kind of, so long as you're not getting physical, they're not getting physical.
Okay.
Okay, so while this is going on, I really want to get into the security system somehow. Do I have anything that would allow me to if I see a security camera, to manually attach something that would allow me to access the system that it's on?
Yeah, quite possibly. So you would need, so you can like cables and wires and all that kind of stuff, like I don't really accounting for. So you can absolutely take your device that you're using for with your own OS and your own hacking software and stuff, and you can manually connect that up to the security camera. It's going to be very difficult without being seen, because these cameras are pretty much everywhere around the casino floor, in corners, by doors, overlooking all of the tables. And stuff. So a lot of them are like high up on the ceiling, in the corners of walls and that kind of stuff. So it's going to be almost impossible to not be seen while trying to do this to one of the security cameras. I mean, one of the easiest places to do so, that while you're casing the area and looking at the ground floor, is a toilet. There is a security camera that looks both in the men's and women's bathrooms, that look down towards the sinks, not the actual cubicles or the urinal itself, but just along the sink area, which, providing no one goes in there for a little bit, you'll be able to actually access.
Did I see anything in the hallway outside of where our actual rooms were?
Yeah, absolutely. But this is much less secure. So around your rooms and stuff, and around all the upper floors to the casino itself, there will be like security cameras that are just probably one in each kind of lobby area with the elevators, and then just one pointing down the corridor, as there are rooms on either side of this like corridor, and the same again. You might have a window of opportunity to actually access them manually if you wanted to, but it's either going to be very quick, or we're going to have to define the gadget pick you've got of those civilian clothing, if you wanted like some working gear, or like overalls, that kind of thing, or like high vis with a clipboard, that kind of those kind of shenanigans. So if you wanted something like that, we'd have to define that now, and that's what you've got. We're keeping with that, but we can do that too if you like.
Right, I'd like to go with something like that. So a security guard, would they be like working on the cameras if something went wrong, or some other sort of professional?
Yeah, it would certainly be someone else. It would be someone from the company that's installed them. It would be like IT. They'd get contractors in, basically.
Okay, so I'd like to go with a contractor's type uniform, and I'm going to like change into something like that, actually in my room, and come to the one that's in the lobby on the floor that we're on.
Great. Okay. So I would like you then, with that disguise, that's fine. and I'm going to need to roll for that. What I would like you to do is roll. If you check on the back of your sheet, you've got the access action. So I would like you to try and access the kind of network that this is on, and then we'll see if you manage to get in. One sec on looking, just checking for like any firewalls and stuff.
That makes 5.
Ooh. So let me just check here for the security stuff. So yeah, you try and access the security camera feed itself. You kind of map a little bit of the network. The feed goes into one central like electronic locations, like a little server. It's basically where the kind of like security room's probably going to probably in the security room to either like a single computer or a little server stack that they've got in there. Unfortunately, you don't get very far just because there are a lot of kind of like user permission, like admin permission type stuff that like blocks you in the way. But you've certainly kind of got the kind of where that is now. So it's certainly a local network, so you're not be able to access it remotely.
Is there anything like, can I use one of my tools to try to get in, to try to get a password?
So I'm afraid, because based on like that, your device and stuff, and because of the role, you've kind of essentially been locked out by the system. So it'll recognize you trying to access it again, and unfortunately, you're not being able to manage to get into those cameras, I'm afraid.
All right.
Yeah, it's a kicker. But sometimes that's the dice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to rolling a 5 or.
Yeah. Roll20 can be like that sometimes, for sure. Is there anything you folks want to set up for the thing tomorrow? So what positions would you kind of like to be in? What would you like to cover? And how would you like to kind of appear that evening?
Can I stereotypical spy scope out vents?
Yeah, for sure. So there are small air conditioning vents kind of around like the top kind of the walls, around the corners and stuff like that. Nothing that you'd easily be able to slip in and out of on the casino floors themselves. I'm not quite sure kind of like where they're going. So they're like behind the blackjack tables. There's one just by the bar in the bottom hand corner as well. And then there's a couple just on that kind of mezzanine floor too.
Cool.
Tatiana, so she's gonna make use of her disguise kit and the one outfit she has to put together a cocktail waitress uniform. So that way she can go about and just kind of canvass the whole entire floor and see if she can't get eyes and on the doctor and whoever they're meeting.
Cool. All right. Where would you like to be? Are you essentially wanting to just move between the first and second floors? Are you going to try and work in a certain area?
Just moving between the first and second floors, just kind of like going around and doing that.
Cool. No problem. You should be able to move your token around if you want to on the map we've got here. So you crack on with that if you need to. And the other two, Josh, Ali, like where are you kind of basing yourself? Where are you positioning yourself, moving around, that kind of thing when you're when this is all going down?
I think I'd like to situate myself at like one of the lower floor blackjack tables, like by the elevator, so that like at a signal from Tatiana, I can move upstairs if we see stuff going down up there, but also get like a view of the bottom floor generally.
Yeah, no problem. So I just popped you there just with your back to those elevators. but you've got a kind of view
Okay.
there of the casino floor. So you can see most of it. A couple of the craps tables to your left are masked a little bit by a wall there. There are some little, just some short steps up to the elevators behind you as well, but it's easy to just look around and check kind of who it will be coming through there, if anybody. And then, Josh, where do you want to pop yourself? Where do you want to pop Ziphius?
Kind of towards the lower left end of the roulette tables, so that I have a view of the door over by the craps tables. How much can I actually see into the bar?
The bar there, right behind you, you can't. Just from there, you can probably see the table there, just behind you, to the kind of bottom of the floor itself. But you can't see the bar itself from there, unfortunately.
Okay, then can I move to the lower table in the bar? And I'm going to have my laptop with me, and be working on my novel or something like that. Just look like I'm writing. Can I be facing the other direction? Sorry, the other direction, so I can see into the gambling tables area.
Yeah, of course, no problem. All right, with everyone fixed there at the moment, it rolls around to the time. About 6:30 on Saturday evening. Excuse me. Coming into the lobby and then entering the bar just to the right of the lobby, near where you're sat, Ziphius, steps Dr. Andrew. He sits at the bar, and he orders a drink. Looks fairly clear, bubbly, just in a highball glass, and then sits just waiting for a little while. Is anything you'd like to do there?
I'd like to use my earphone to alert the others that I've got eyes on Andrew.
Cool. No problem.
I'd like to make my way to the bar where I was being an annoying customer the night before, and attempt to order myself another drink a few seats down from him.
Sure. So I'm going to pop you at the kind of lobby end of the bar, where there's a stool between you, and you've got you're back to the lobby a little bit. Fennec, as they're doing that, popping through the elevators on the mezzanine floor, there are at the bar around you. There are a few guests. It's not as busy. It's fairly early still, but you do see a fairly well-dressed businessman, and his security guard, who is stationed just behind him, in a way, and he is sat just by the bar, enjoying a drink. Again, something fairly clear, just in a highball glass.
She's gonna make note of that because there's already casino security, so why would you have your own security? That seems a little odd, and keep an eye on them.
Sure, no problem. All right. Let's snap back over to Ali. So Sandy is up to something. What are you doing?
I just want to be able to keep a close eye on him, and if he ends up moving, where he goes, etc., in the form of I'm sipping on a drink, or if he moves a few moments later, I get upset at something on my phone and storm off is sort of my plan, just to make sure I kind of stay on his tail, but like in a very conspicuous tourist way, which I'm not super good at, but like I've already established myself, and this bartender probably hates me a little bit.
All right. So if you want to make me a perception check, wisdom perception.
Alrighty.
Any modifiers to that?
+2, so a 10.
Nice. That's what you needed. All right. So
Yeah.
there you go. So he is visibly nervous, sat here in this on this stool. He nurses his drink for while you're watching and taking all this in. About 10 minutes. So we're about we're about 6:45 at this point in time, local time. He is fiddling with something in his jacket pocket. I mean, he's wearing what you might expect a professor of a university to wear, like leather patch kind of blazer. It stands out a little bit with the clientele who have either dressed up or they look very touristy in the summer here in Japan. But he is fiddling with something just in his jacket. And as you look, it's just a check, as you look over and try and pinpoint what he's doing, you see he's flicking around and he's fiddling with a yellow poker chip. And you notice quite clearly that next to his drink on the bar, he's got this stack of poker chips already there. And
are they
they're
a
all
similar color or different than the one?
So they're all kind of they're all kind of like neatly in rows. There are lots of different little colors, like starting with red, working their way up through kind of like black and blue, and then the ones on the end are yellow as well.
Okay, I want to try actually talking to him in French, just to see if he will engage with me, but definitely in like the annoying heterosexual tourist, like, are you waiting for a woman sort of thing around him.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. So if you want to roll deception for me, let me check his little stats here. Wow. Roll 20. It's a natural 20.
I'm blessed.
There we go. So that overall for you, I don't know what the modifier is, but
I don't think I have a modifier on that. I think my deception's bad.
Sure. That's all right. So with a 20, yeah, you spark up a conversation. He engages with you a little bit. What are you asking him? How are you engaging him?
I'm just like slightly tipsy, alone in a bar, like not like hooked up, like just like a person alone in a bar who just like wants to make conversation, and then once they realize that someone can speak their language, will not shut up. And just kind of going on and on and on, to kind of like get a lay of him, but also to like make him very comfortable with my presence, and like complaining about how everyone's speaking different languages here and I don't understand it and it's so annoying, and I'm just like, I just don't know what anyone is talking about, and I do actually want to have the earpiece in, the translator earpiece in this time. So
yeah, no problem. You clearly distract him from what he was like worrying about. He's no longer fiddling with that chip that he's popped back in his jacket pocket, and he speaks to you a little bit that he's like surprised, but quite pleased that he's found someone here who also speaks French. He keeps checking his watch whilst you're doing this, but he does offer you to he does offer to buy you a drink, because he could do that for you. You were clearly having problems before, so
Yep.
would you like anything? He points out a couple of brandies that they actually have imported that could be quite nice, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely accept a drink. Continually, like when he brings it up again, because like I definitely brought up what a hard time I had earlier that day getting a drink. And so when he brings it up again, he gets like the entire story over again, but longer.
Sure.
So I'm just like trying to eat up his time and like kind of make myself into a background character in his head that like is this annoying French woman that just is here.
Sure. Okay. So you see him pay for the drink in chips. He actually pays with one of the yellow chips, and he gets a whole load of change back in different like denominations of chip. So all his stacks are now kind of uneven, as he puts them all back and tries to kind of balance them. One of the like the red chips or whatever, like he's got a full stack, he can't like nestle it in, so he has to like put it on he puts it on the yellow one because he's still got space there, and it's
I'm
like
gonna
it's all
like
quite
play jokes on that of like, oh, you think you like have enough money or something, enough chips, sort of thing, joking around with him.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, this was a gift for a friend of mine, so that I can play tonight."
Well, I wish I had a friend like that. I am almost out of money on my own, so that's. I mean, I guess it's because I'm not very good at playing games, but I don't know. I think I could be fixed with that if I just had a bit more money or a friend like yours.
Nice. So, Fennec, around about just before 7 o'clock, the kind of high roller businessman that you see and his bodyguard start moving their way down to the elevators that are just by that bar in the on the second floor in the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, she's going to follow, but make it look like she's not following. Like she's gonna make it look like it's part of her rounds to go over and.
Did you want to get in the same elevator, or did you want to get like a different elevator or something like that?
Yeah, like a different elevator, like going down.
Sure. Okay. And then as you do that, you see them making their way over to a blackjack table on the first floor. And as you leave your elevator, they've just already taken position up, and it's on that bottom left-hand blackjack table that they are sat down at now, or at least he is sat down at. His bodyguard, this woman behind him, is stood very close to him, and is just making sure that kind of like no one's bothering him and stuff. There's a couple of people at the table, a couple of tourists, really. There's a snooty woman from yesterday at the reception with a little chihuahua. The chihuahua is nowhere in sight, probably upstairs or something like that. But there is one spare seat at the table.
She's going to make note of it and then just kind of make her way around the floor. So just trying to not look suspicious, but definitely keeping an eye on them out of the corner of her eye.
Cool. All right. I'd like you to roll stealth check for me, but I'll give you advantage for the disguise.
So first roll is an 18. Second one's a 20, so we're going to go with that. Not natural, though.
They're good rolls. Nice. So, yeah, you essentially are just making your way around the tables and stuff as you need to, and not being bothered by security guards. They're not really even giving you a second look.
Very nice.
All right. Josh, is there anything you want to get up to while the doctor's ears being chewed off and Koi has got some surveillance on possible target.
So, what jacket pocket was he fiddling with? Was it like a side pocket, like close to the chest? Was it down further, close to like where his pants would be? Where was it?
Yeah, it's an inside jacket pocket, his left, so he uses his right hand to get that in and out.
Okay. I guess I'd like to. Well, I don't really know. I guess do I know that Fennec was on the move?
She would have said in her earpiece that she's following some potential targets when she's in the elevator and no one's there.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to get up from where I'm at and walk the length of the bar out. So I kind of pass by him. I'm going to just kind of, slightly brush him on the way past, like I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, and apologize in Japanese and just kind of see how he reacts while I keep walking.
Sure. Oh man, I was going to get you to roll, but I think we don't need it. I think so. You brushed past him, and so he's turned more towards Sandy at this point. He gets brushed, and he's like reacted more than you might expect from somebody. Clearly quite nervous, and this is a little tell. Just touches the outside of his jacket and at his left inside pocket, just is a kind of defensive move to make sure it's not like fallen out or you've done something to him, So he's just a kind of defensive move. So to someone else, it might look like he just kind of is surprised and he's kind of holding himself. But having kind of seen that kind of stuff, like you could see, like this, he's obviously kind of like, grab his pocket just to make sure.
Okay. I'm going to keep going until I see Koi, and then if I can tell from where she's situated, I'd like to take a seat at the same table as the people that she's watching.
Not a problem at all. So you've got those chips as a gift from being guests in the hotel. Fennec, let's pop you down in kind of the floor itself a little bit more as you're making your way around the different tables. So to your right-hand side, Josh, you've got this kind of like posh woman. I don't know if posh translates very well across the pond. Posh is our she's got lots of money and privilege and stuff. Cool, right. So you got posh woman on your right hand side. You've got the high roller businessman on your left, and there's like a kind of like a loud American tourist like on the very end of the table on the other side of that. So you got these 4 chairs, kind of ready to place. There is actually one spot left. There is 5 tables there, so there is one spot left at that table. But let's head back to Sandy. So you've duped the doctor a little bit. He actually checks his watch one time and is very surprised by. Really sorry, I have to go. I'm meant to be playing cards with a friend.
Will you show me how to? I'm not doing very well, and I assume if someone gave you this much money, you're pretty good at this. Will you show me how to deal into a table? Maybe you'll be my good luck charm.
So if you roll me a persuasion test, let's see if this happens.
I mean, I'm pushing it. I'm not good at any of this, but we'll see.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
I think Roll20 believes in you tonight. Yeah, 18. I don't think you've got any charisma modifiers. Right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So he's okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. The both of you head around the lobby and into the remaining seat, and you stand just behind him, where the kind of the card play is going on. So you've got you've got Ziphius sat at in between these kind of two high rollers. You've got the Doctor, and then you've got this loud American tourist guy. Okay. And they begin to play cards. If you could make for me, sorry, Ali, if you could make for me another perception test, just as you're walking towards the table with the Doctor.
That's a 6.
Okay. Well, thank you for making that test. Let's get to the card play, shall we? All right. So, at the table, Dr. Andrew takes a seat, a couple of seats along from the high roller in the grey suit, who has his bodyguard with him. The stoic female croupier eyes you all without comment and just starts dealing the cards. After a few rounds go by, Dr. Andrew is kind of doing okay. The high roller's doing all right as well. There's fairly conservative betting going on, and they're just kind of quite happily playing cards. You notice then, and Dr. Andrew's not really talking to you, Sandy. He's quite focused on the kind of game he's playing. But then there's a sudden turn in the kind of gameplay and the fortunes of people as Dr. Andrew suddenly begins betting more with each hand. And he starts losing a fair bit from his red, his blue chips and that kind of stuff. Once a few more high stakes hands have been played, and Josh Ziphius, as you're playing as well. You're kind of blackjack. You only play against the dealer. You don't play against each other, thankfully. So what happens is Dr. Andrew eventually stakes his whole stack of 50,000 yen chips, 250,000 yen in total, to the pot against the dealer. In his hand, he's dealt a king and a 3. While the dealer's face card shows a 7. Andrew Yu clearly plays too recklessly and hits on a 19 and goes bust on a 29. The dealer cleans up with a 20, outmatching everybody else at the table. In the next hand, the high roller with the bodyguard tries his luck surprisingly and plays quite aggressively, betting 150,000 yen. We are going to actually not roll 20, but actually deal some cards. So, Ziphius, in this hand, you are dealt a 9 and a 6, totaling 15. Have you ever played blackjack before? I don't want to assume. Okay, cool. Right, so you're down with the rules. Excellent. So yes. You've been dealt a 15. How would you like to play?
How have the cards been falling? Like, as a hacker, I kind of like to get whatever advantage I can. So, have I been able to count cards at all during this?
Why don't you make me a straight intelligence check? So roll d20, add your intelligence modifier for me. It's going to be fairly hard, hard 15 as well. Just because in the dealer's shoes for blackjack, they've got about 5 decks going on at the same time. So it's very hard to really count these kind of cards.
That would be a 4.
All right. So, yeah, just because of the sheer amount of cards you've got at the table, you start counting, you think you're getting into a kind of rhythm, then some different cards come up and you're like, well, no, hang on a minute, no. And you're trying to look at where the dealer's shoe has the thing card in, where they've separated out the decks. You're trying to work it out, and you can't quite get it, unfortunately, from all of the cards that are in that shoe. You've been winning some, you've been losing some, but there's not a kind of pattern to it necessarily.
How much is a yellow?
Yellow is 50,000 yen.
So that's way out of what I have to spend.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, let's
I
say,
guess.
you know what? I don't want to like stop your like agency creativity. I want to say you've managed to win enough. You can get like a 50,000 kind of bet down, and then the dealer would have to match it. You've just got enough for that.
Okay. This is company money, so why not? I'm gonna go for it.
Nice. All right.
And
You're going to hit. All right. Your next card is a 2. So that is a 17. You want to stick, or do you want to get another hit?
what does the dealer have?
Oh my. Boo. They have an they've got an 18, so they have to stick at this point. So they hit on a soft 17 in this casino, but they've got an 18, so they have to stick.
Okay, so I would have to hit again to beat the dealer out. I guess.
All right.
I guess I have to do that.
You hit one more time, and you hold your breath, and a 3 is turned over onto your hand, and you have a 20.
All right. So has Andrew used the chip from his jacket pocket?
Oof. So you are going to have to make a perception check for me to see if you can distinguish the chip from any of the others around the table. It's going to be DC 20 because they're looking at very infinitesimal differences in the different chips that we have here.
Nope, that's a 12.
Okay, so you're not able to quite distinguish any of the kind of chips around here, but the behavior of the play, the behavior of the customers makes you suspect that the chip is somewhere in play.
Okay.
So next to you, to your left, this high roller with the bodyguard does very similar. They bet quite aggressively. They try and beat the dealer, and they just go bust on a 23. And you are handed back with your stack. You are handed a single yellow chip.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to stay there, because doing anything else might raise suspicion, and I'm going to play the next hand, and depending on what I get, I'm going to put the other chips back in to approach 50,000 again.
Okay. So you're betting. So you've got like a little stack of like red and blue chips that equal 50,000, and then you've got this little yellow chip that's worth 50,000 as well. So 100,000 total. What did you want to put in, the yellow, or did you want to put in the other chips there?
I want to put in the red and blue again. So basically, when I get the stack back, I kind of keep it separate, and I'm going to be putting back in what just got returned to me.
All right. So on Roll20, we've actually got some cards. They always give you some playing cards. So I'm actually going to deal you out some cards. So we'll just shuffle that. And then so your deal then. Let me try and drag this out. So hopefully you'll be able to see this on your screen. So that is a 4 and a queen for 14. And the dealer, you see a 5. And please don't look at this because it's meant to be it's meant to be secret, but fine. So they have an 11.
Okay. Well, I don't think 14 is going to do it for me, so I'm going to have to hit.
That is a bust. for the king and the queen and the 4. So you lose your stack of red and blue chips. So you only have this yellow 50,000 chip left. For what it's worth, the dealer pulls a 7, so they stick on whatever that is, 18. And they don't beat many people at the table, but there is like a couple of winners, and then they beat the loud tourist at the other end. That is that single hand there.
Did the businessmen win?
Yeah. Yes, but they haven't bet as aggressively as before. We need to roll me anyone watching the table, particularly Ali. Like particularly you're like back here, and yeah, Fennec, you're a little bit further away, but you're still watching what's going on. You've seen this all happen. I want you to roll insight checks for me, please.
That's a nat 1.
Oof, it's extremes for you tonight, isn't it?
7.
Yep.
Modifiers.
Okay. So Fennec, basically, you do notice now that the bodyguard is paying a bit more attention to Ziphius at the table, but not at all to Sandy, who's still fairly incognito and is still just watching play. Unfortunately, Sandy, you don't get kind of any other kind of information from that. The high roller businessman's got a fairly good kind of poker face, and is just playing, but is staying fairly quiet and fairly stoic.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to kind of I'm going to announce my frustration in Japanese and just kind of stick with with the chips that I've got, and start to get up from the table, just kind of see how they react to that as I start walking away.
Sure. As you do so, the bouncer, you exchange a little glance. She's fairly tall, certainly from this area of Asia, and watches you head off. Alias Sandy, you see the pair of them kind of 30 seconds or so after this happen, both leave the table, and Dr. Andrew next to you is now visibly sweating, but he's still kind of playing, but a lot more distractedly. So yeah, the businessman high roller gets up, and the two of you that are watching, so Fennec, Ali, you see them start to follow Ziphius. Josh, where are you going? Sorry, Josh.
Text out a warning to Sorix that they have gotten up and are following, so that he doesn't have to look back.
Sure. Josh, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
So I had a little bit of time to think, right?
Yeah. You've got 30 seconds of kind of time to think.
Okay, so I think I'm going to head to the restrooms, and head in the men's restroom. And is there anyone else in there when I get in there?
Audio's out.
So there is one person at these urinals, because like invariably in these movies there is always a one person at the urinal when you walk into like a men's toilet. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go ahead and once again kind of clumsily bump into that person that's next to me, and then apologize and take a spot at like the next urinal over. But I'm going to try to slip the chip in their back pocket.
All
As I
right.
do that.
Yeah. I need you then to make a sleight of hand check for me. Difficulty here is going to be a 5, I think. Not too bad.
That's a 13.
Nice. So you bump into the guy, manage to slip the chip into his back pocket, apologize, I presume, and then make your way either to kind of like urinal or the stall or something.
Yeah, I'm just going to be, well, yeah, I'll actually go to the stall, and then when I'm in there, but through my earpiece, tell the others to follow the person who comes out before me.
All right. So Fennec, you see these people following Ziphius into the male restroom, and the businessman goes in. The bodyguard stays outside the restroom door.
She is going to walk over to the bodyguard and ask in Japanese if they would like anything to drink, just kind of keep them occupied. So that way the person who has the chip can get out without being noticed.
Sure. I would like you to roll deception for me, please.
I'm
Let's
good
check
at that.
this, there we go.
So 17 plus 5, 22.
Very nice indeed. All right. Yeah, you noticeably distract the bodyguard, asking her if she wants a drink. She replies very stoically, no, in Japanese. She does eye the person who is leaving the stall just to check who it is, and then doesn't do anything when she sees the other gentleman walking out. This guy is for kind of, you kind of ID him roughly speaking as maybe like Japanese businessman or Asian businessman, as he walks to one of the roulette tables and starts playing.
Oh, by the way, back right pocket.
I'm gonna be like, you don't seem like you're very good at this game. This didn't seem to go very well, so I don't think I would be very good at it if you can't. Can we like, I don't know. I don't want to waste my money on it. Should I try this other game? And I'm going to point to the spot where the other guy went.
Of course. Yes. I think maybe I should just cash out anyway. And he takes his now diminished sack of chips, but there's still like a fair amount on there. There's some 50,000s in there still, and he makes his way towards the cage, where he will begin to cash out. Where are you heading then?
So I want to head to the roulette table where the other guy went.
Sure. So you're there on the north side. He's on the south side. So you stand directly opposite the guy who is, or unless you want to stand next to him, seeing as you've had the instruction.
Yeah, I'll stand next to him. And I wanna speak to him in French and see if he understands, and just be like, "Do you know how to play this game? I don't know how to play this game." And see if he understands me.
He kind of looks confused, shakes his head, starts speaking a few words in Japanese to you.
I'm gonna be sorry, I don't speak Japanese in French. But I want to be like at his shoulder, like I'm watching him play to learn how to play, and see if he's like comfortable enough to like let me be that close in just like a casual capacity.
Yeah, he doesn't move away particularly. He focuses a little bit more on the game of roulette, placing bets, figuring out kind of where he wants. He moves a little bit around the table because you need to lean over to place the bets as you need to. He's kind of cool with you being there. So
I would like to try to steal it from his pocket.
no problem. Make a sleight of hand check for me, please.
So that's a 10.
All right. So it's tough because there's nothing else in his pocket, and it's a suit pocket on the back of the trousers. So it's quite thin, and you know this is going to be quite a difficult slip to make. And you just spend a little bit too long than you'd like trying to fish out the chip, because normally you want one smooth, quick motion so that people don't really kind of get it. You think you're worried because this being too careful, you're taking a bit too much time, and then the guy wins he wins a spin on the roulette wheel, and there's people kind of like cheering a little bit at the table, and that gives you the cover, and him moving a little bit, the ability to just slip the chip just at the right second, and you grab it and palm it so that you've got it.
I palm it into my bra so people won't take it.
Cool. Back over in the toilet, Josh, you've heard the guy actually go for a whiz, and then you hear the sink go, but you don't hear the door open.
While this is
I also want to like alert them that I got it when I get it.
Cool.
While this is happening, are there like mirrors, behind the sinks? I guess
at the sinks. Yeah, there are mirrors. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to through a crack in the stall, see if I can take a picture of this person with my phone that it illegally doesn't make a click noise when I go to.
Yeah, your smartphone doesn't do that. Everyone else's. Right, so you just angle it just through the gap. There's this weirdly large gap in your cubicle at the door, just the hinge, and you just poke the phone through. It's slim enough. You take the casing off a little bit, just take a little picture, and it's there is one person in this toilet, and it is the high roller business guy. And you catch him just as it's a little blurry, but you catch him just as he's turning towards your cubicle.
Okay, definitely, get the phone back out of sight, and I'm just going to kind of wait for a couple seconds, see what happens.
I mean, you wait and you don't hear anything.
I'm going to wait for another couple seconds. All right, this is probably long enough, and I'm going to get up.
Cool.
Does this seem like it's taking longer than we would expect in there?
I wouldn't say so at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was a few more minutes, then you'd probably be like, where's Ziphius? But okay, you exit the stall, and the businessman guy is stood in a almost kind of like power pose, martial arts style, ready to tackle you. I want everyone to roll initiative for me.
Can I just...
Yay.
Before I left the stall, I wanted to just leave my billfold next to the toilet, so it looked like it kind of slipped out of my pocket. That's all.
All right. Okie dokie. Initiative time.
That's a 15.
Nice.
7.
6.
You are still faster than me. All right. Actually, I've got 2 to do, haven't I? Because he's got that bodyguard as well. All right. So that bodyguard's at 14. Oh, I've got a turn tracker on roll 20. Let's try and use that. All right. So, wait, give me a turn. Add turn. Here we go. Sorry. Go through it again for me. Fennec, what did you get?
15.
Sweet. Josh, what did you get?
7.
All right. And then Ali, what did you get?
6.
6. So then my rolls were a 4 for high roller guy, and then a 12, 13, 14 for bodyguard woman. All right. And then let's put them in order. Okay. I am going to say, for the fact, kind of like a surprise round in a way, the only 2 people that are going to be acting this first round are the high roller guy and Josh. You're going to be able to act because you can see from the roll initiative, essentially, you are going to see that he is about to move forward, so he's about to lunge at you. So you've got an opportunity to basically make the first strike, or to be able to move around him, try and kind of get away, that kind of thing. It's up to you. What do you like to do? You've got Fiverr, you've got your usual kind of action. So you got your move, so you can move up to your speed, and you've also got an action, and you've also got a bonus action if your class features allow you to do anything along those lines. Any of the combat stuff you might need is in the quick start as well that you're looking at, that is just above the actual adventure itself.
Okay, so I'm going to just try to dodge out of the way of him, oh, he's coming at me. I'm going to move. So take the disengage action and then go my movement to the door. And am I close enough to actually get out of the door?
Yeah, absolutely. These squares are all 5 feet. So let's have a look at the little measurements. So you can move 5, 10, 15. 25 will get you up to the roulette tables. If I think you've got 30 feet of movement, it can get you past Fennec, or it can get you over to the right to the roulette table. So when you head out of the toilet, did you want to try and head kind of left, or did you want to try and head right?
I'm going to wait. Where's the nearest security member?
So nearest security is actually by the cage. Do you see that little ping of my red thing there on roll 20? So it's near where Ali is with the doctor.
Okay, so I'm going to try to move right towards that security guy and yell out in Japanese that I'm being attacked.
All right, cool. So you head out, just dodging out the way. He lunges for you, but you manage to slip past, bolt through the door, and get to one of the roulette tables, bumping into a few of the guests that shriek a little bit as you scream out, "I'm being attacked." Next to you, you see the bodyguard, Fennec, you see the bodyguard step up towards the roulette table and try and grapple Ziphius. So let's try and roll for that then. Move out the way, turntable. Oh my god, that one. All right, so she goes for you, Josh, but she the one of the guests that you've nudged out the way and is shrieking gets pushed into her essentially, and so the bodyguard is blocked a little bit to try and get to you. So she's wasted her turn essentially. So or it was that dude, wasn't it? Sorry, we're in that kind of weird surprise round. So let's say he rushes out behind you, tries to grapple you, but there are too many people in the way. So we go right round again, and we go back up to Fenix. So Koi has a chance to act at the top of the next round.
So I'm imagining she's carrying a drinks tray. She's going to dump it on the bodyguard and yell out in Japanese, "This woman has just groped me, security."
Nice. Okay. So I want you to make an improvised attack. So this is going to have your proficiency bonus and your melee attack as usual. And then we'll do a d4 damage if it hits.
Six.
That's not going to land, I'm afraid. You dump the tray, the glasses and stuff on her as she bats them away. She's now drenched a little bit over the shoulder and stuff, but she essentially isn't encumbered by that. She doesn't take any damage there from that. Is there any movement you'd like to make?
She is gonna try and book it to the security guard while saying this. So.
Okay, so you can move around to the top and then to the right of this roulette table. I mean, bear in mind, if you move out of the bodyguard's reach, then she will have an opportunity to try and hit you if she wants.
Yeah, never mind. She'll just stay where she is then.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. No problem. So we go to the next person in the initiative. That is the bodyguard. So she is going to actually not turn around towards you, actually not react too much. She is actually going to focus on Ziphius. So she is going to try and grapple you as well. So let's not roll on that one this time. That's a 5. So what I would like you to do, Josh, is I'd like you to roll either an athletics or acrobatics check for me. Your choice. And roll a d20 and apply that modifier for me.
They're both the same, and that was a 9.
9, okay. So I have only rolled a 6, which means... which means she tries to grapple you, but you roll with it and you actually bash the hands away with some of your training, and you manage to get her hands off of you. And it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, I'm going to start making my way over towards the security guard. And I'm going to call out in Japanese as I start kind of feeling my pockets. That I was just attacked in the restroom, and I think they took my wallet.
Yeah, cool. All right.
I'm John Carpenter, and I say whatever my alias is that I have in my wallet.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Making your way over to the security guard obviously might provoke an attack of opportunity. Did you want to disengage, or are you worried about other actions this turn?
No, I'll go ahead and disengage, and
Cool.
Just speaking that and heading over towards the security guard will be my turn.
Cool. Yeah, you managed to get there, yelling all the way, and trying to make a case for them. Let's roll their initiative, and get them involved as well. 8 and... Oh, that's not bad. So they have a 10. So let's move them... Oh man, they're perfect. All right. So they'll basically act just before you again when it comes to the next round. Then we are over to Sandy. So Ali, what would you like to do?
So I'm wondering if this is not Sandy's type of situation at all. Face-to-face confrontation, not their fave. But I think, could I possibly take out my phone, which is connected to the Wi-Fi, and basically video call HR?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
So that they can't, if it's something, they can't just delete a recording because I'm sending it directly to HR.
It's like streaming. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. And then I'm just gonna be like yelling to the doctor who's right near me, like in French, like what's going on? Like what's going on? Like I don't understand what's happening, but people are yelling, like, am I in danger? Am I in danger? And I just have like my phone out, like I'm like recording it, like all tourists do, everything that happens.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Yeah, so you're videoing them, I presume, the like
'cause
high
I'm gonna get
roller
their
and the bodyguard.
faces, since that's what we're going for, is their identities.
Right? Yeah, awesome. And then just as Dr. Andrew gets his cash winnings, the people behind the counter in the cage like are seeing like what's going on, and he makes a dash for it. Like he just goes. As people around the casino are like moving away. Some of them are shocked, and you know how people can sometimes just be quite still. I was like, we're not sure what's going on. Some people are actually moving away, like rushing away, because they're like, I don't want any of this business. But yeah, Andrew is one of those people who is just like making a dash for the lobby. And then so kind of as your action, like you're taking that video, but it's not necessarily such a role, but it's a very good call because this was absolutely your objective. Yeah, great. And then the high roller is going to look over at what you guys are doing and at the security guard. And essentially is going to start bundling out their bouncer. So you see them, and bear in mind that the high roller is quite a big guy, like well-pressed suit, everything like that. And you'd expect their bodyguard to be like helping them out. Instead, the high roller starts taking charge of the situation and actually starts bundling out their own bodyguard in a way that you have seen like close protection agents and stuff like that do. And essentially they like kind of grapple and make their way out towards there. Fennec, if you want, you've got an attack of opportunity on either of them as they've moved away from your reach.
Would I have been able to see Sandy filming them before they get away and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a great line of sight across there as you're all facing in the same direction.
Then she's not going to take an attack of opportunity because she knows one of the mission objectives has been completed. So if they get away, that's fine. The objective was to get a video or picture of them.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Are you guys intent on pursuing them outside of the casino at all? Or Andrew at all? What do you reckon? As you're all on radio as well, you can have a chat.
I'm not. I think what I would want to do is like recon back up at our rooms, like reconvene up at our rooms and just like check out the chip somewhere not in public, like slowly file out, so not suspiciously, but like meet back up just out, and then like at the entire time like keeping the video line open to HQ with like the audio going into my earbud, so if HQ wants to tell us something different, they can.
Yep, absolutely. All right, you guys kind of, the commotion calms down a little bit. Security check you, Ziphius, to make sure you're okay. I essentially imagine that just kind of brushing over it a bit, you play out the fact that you think you've had your wallet stolen. They check the toilets, they find the wallet, so they give you the cash fold and stuff. Because you placed that down, right? Like as a kind of plant thing.
Yeah, and I was wondering whether he would go after it thinking that the chip was in there. But if we found the wallet, we found the wallet. And I still make like an assault claim against the guy because I know that there's a security camera that might have caught it, his aggressive behavior.
Yeah, nice. They say they will look into it. And obviously someone will come up to see you this evening to make sure. And like kind of Japanese police will actually be called down to check in with you guys. That kind of is all by the by. Like I can imagine that kind of like all happens and it's all cool. it doesn't affect too much of what you hear from HQ. So HR reports in and actually says, good work on recording the video. What we've been able to do is cross-reference that with some of our own surveillance, some of our own lists, and such like that. And the male target is a long-term security detail contracted from the South Korean private security firm Korea Secure Protection Services. His name is Chong Sung-hoon, 35, a father with 3 children living in Busan on the southeast coast of South Korea. His current contract is with Advanced Geothermics as personal security. He's been there for about 4 months on his current term and has a history of several 6-month contracts in the last few years before this permanent contract in the current period. The accompanying bodyguard at the casino, though, we've managed to trace via a link to Chong's employment with Advanced Geothermics. She is Yoo-jin, founder and CEO of Advanced Geothermics, and the person we believe to be Jijin. A quick Google has revealed that Jijin translates from Korean to earthquake, which I can only assume to be quite foreboding. Yoo-jin is an energy industry mogul with business interests in several areas, including coal and gas, but has recently taken an interest in greener initiatives exploring geothermic power generation. Advanced Geothermics' closest secure facility is on the island of Hachijo-jima, roughly 200 miles from your current location. The data chip itself contains an analysis of several volcanic rock samples that have been delivered to Andrew to determine the pressure at which they were formed. This presumably would give accurate readings on the depths of any volcanic activity in the area, because they will show you where the rock was formed out of the magma to show you how big the magma chamber might be. Now, I think we can all start joining the dots here with me saying that with Advanced Geothermics' facility being on the island 200 miles from your location, is currently designated as an active volcano, even though it hasn't erupted in as probably a couple of 100 years at least on record. We've tracked, having checked satellite feeds and such, and made these connections. We've tracked a boat to the island, and the agency's threat assessment dictates a simple but risky mission. Agents, you need to infiltrate the research facility on the island, held by Advanced Geothermics, and investigate their real operation there. Depending on what you find, we may need to act fast. You are authorized to use any means to disable the facility should you discover a threat and are able to act on it. Good luck. And let's take a 10-minute or like 5-10 minute break there, just a stretch. I'll grab myself another water. We'll come back. We'll make sure everyone's checked in. So if you're watching as well, chat, please do stretch. Make sure you get up. Make sure you get yourself hydrated. Any snacks you might need as well. And then we will be back in a few minutes for more of the Spy Game. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I certainly have. And we'll see you in about 10. So Logan, take it away. Hello and welcome back to We Are Nerdsmith. I am playing the spy game with these fine people. You can find the spy game if you head over to blackcatsgaming.com, or if you follow me on Twitter at RPGWebby, or you follow us at FollowBlackCatsGaming. That's the one. We are playing through the quick start for the game, which is available right now on DriveThruRPG. So you'll be able to find that if you go to DriveThruRPG, you just look for the spy game quick start, it'll come right up. And we are also kickstarting this game from Tuesday. So head over to the Kickstarter. As soon as it's live, just head over to Kickstarter, look for it there in tabletop gaming, that little category, and we will pop up. And hopefully with your support, we'll be able to launch this bad boy into some amazing gaming experiences like these fine folks are having. So let's head back into it a little bit. So you folks have all made your way to the island of Hachijo Jima, which is a small island in the Indonesian Ocean, but it belongs to the Japanese. And this is all stuff I can't tell you as I read it briefly. The island itself does have like a little town in the center. Not quite nestled into the side of the volcano, but certainly in the shadow of this volcano, on the kind of merging onto the kind of northwestern side of the island. Nestled into the architecture of that is this facility. Advanced Geothermics is surrounded by a wire chain fence and consists of 3 large buildings. In the center of the complex looks to be an office block with all but the reception lights turned off tonight. You've gone in darkness, so you've just come up straight from the op, and you're all tooled up, ready to go for this eventual infiltration. On the western side, there is a generator building, a large industrial shed with a large steam chimney next to it. On the east side, there's another building, larger than that, larger than the industrial shed, but with similar kind of architecture, but no chimney. A single security guard with a single torch patrols the perimeter of the generator building as heavy rain comes down all around you. You can try to bend the fence at any point, or you can try and sneak in the main driveway entrance. What would you like to do?
Do I see any security features on the fence? Anything that would tell if there was a breach in integrity?
Taking a look at the fence itself, no, this is a very simple chain link fence. Just any that you might see in civilian life as well.
I think we'd probably go on the fence. I don't know about you guys.
I was gonna say, do y'all got any wire cutters on you? We could cut our way through instead of climbing over. Make it a little easier.
On the character sheets, you guys should have some like equipment packs, stuff like you might get like your adventurers pack or your wilderness pack or something. We've got some cool ones like wet work packs, some infiltration packs, that kind of stuff. So have a look through your gear, chat us through it a little bit, see if you've got some stuff there that might help you in this regard.
I've got a clipboard.
I have 1,000 ball bearings.
I've got disguise stuff, forged documents, a local driving license.
I do have a crowbar.
Crowbar could work here. You could use it to lever some of the chain links and kind of pull it towards you, pull it away, maybe snap a few.
Go from the
Is
bottom.
there like a point where the chain links like are sectioned, like at a pole where they're actually attached to the pole, but not to like the ones on the other side?
Yeah. So there's poles like every 6 feet or so, or a little bit further, but it's only kind of you take a little while along the perimeter fence, but you do eventually find one. It's actually the corners that are doing this, where they're all kind of like tied up, but they are independent of the actual next bit of wiring.
I'd like to see if I can like remove those with the various tools I have.
Sure. All right. I mean, I'm not going to make you roll because eventually you like snip away at the wire, just cutting some of it and just peeling back a corner of this chain link fence that enables you guys all to crawl under. You are at the southeast corner of this kind of facility. There's a little bit of tree cover here. So the furthest building away from you on the west side is the generator building. In the middle, you've got the reception, and then closest to you is this other industrial shed that is fairly closed off to anything. It has some outdoor lighting to it a little bit. They are all on. You don't see actually any windows that look inside.
Well, my friends, which one do we want to check out first?
Is there one that we're like particularly close to in the point where we entered the fence?
Yeah, so the closest building to you would be that other industrial shed that doesn't have any windows looking in, doesn't have the like chimney to it. Only a little bit further along from that would be the reception. So you could probably travel to either of those in the same kind of time or distance. You don't see any security outside for either of those buildings. The only torch you've seen is just by the kind of chimney in the industrial shed on the generator side.
Do we see?
What sort of doors does the shed have? Like one set or?
Let me double check for placement, but I'm pretty sure that basically they are the kind of regular. So you do see for the like facility bit you're nearest, a couple of some double doors, like large industrial shutters. So there's something that you would pull up, and they would like arc round, and that. You could get like a vehicle through as well, so it's quite a wide space that you can get in there. On the ground floor, you don't see any other doorways at that point.
Do I see any security cameras?
You can just about make out that there are a couple of security cameras on the outside of each of the buildings.
And the reception building is the only one with a light on?
Yeah, so you can see a light on in the actual kind of like first bit, the actual reception bit of that building. As it's kind of like looks like kind of like an office block kind of thing.
A precious baby. We have been blessed by an angel.
There we go. This is one of the Black Cats of Black Cats Gaming.
Precious. A precious baby.
What do you guys want to do apart from being distracted?
I guess I'd be for taking on the middle building, the reception building.
Sure.
To the reception building we go.
To the reception building.
Is there a spot where there aren't any lights on, where there's a window?
Yeah, let me take you to the so the office that it's like the bit we're in. So let me pop your tokens down on there for us. Let's put you kind of near the corner on the edge a little bit. So 3 of you bunched up there. You do see, if you can see on the map, you got almost that kind of little boardroom type thing. Let's put that in the map layer. Oh, it's going to get weird. So you see through these kind of large windows. They're blinded a little bit, but they've kind of been left open a little, so you just about see inside. And inside you've got this long boardroom table with these office chairs, fairly plush office chairs. The little reception room itself, you see there's that kind of large window there that shows you a little view of the security guard that sat at the reception desk. Inside there is fairly well lit, just with a couple, some regular office downlighting. Those are the windows that you see from your vantage point there.
Okay, are there any security cameras that face towards the boardroom windows?
None there, no. So the security camera that you've managed to dodge is just on the corner of the building there, just by kind of just on the outside of that window where the security guard is sat. And that is facing out towards the path, which meets and comes out of the main door.
Okay, so I think I want to go up to the windows by the boardroom and inspect them for any sort of device that triggers when they're opened.
Sure. Okay. So there is some basic burglary detection stuff here. So there is essentially something that if the glass would be broken, would trip.
Okay, so I see in here that I have thieves' tools. Would modern day thieves' tools have anything that would be able to disable that?
So I think essentially what you could do is you could have a little glass cutter, because what they're looking for is a smash, like a break that actually kind of breaks an electronic connection somewhere in the glass across the whole strip. But you'll be able to manage to work out where you'd be able to cut it, and a certain size you could just about get just enough for you to squeeze through. If you cut it in a certain place so that you didn't break the connection of the electronic burglary kind of device thing.
Okay. You guys ready to go in?
Ready as ever, sugar.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's do it.
Okay. I am going to need you to roll a dexterity check for me. And you add your proficiency because you've got your burglar's tools there as well.
Hey, that was a decent roll. 17.
Nice. All right. You managed to cut your way very carefully around some of the anti-theft devices, just cutting the glass in just the right way, not making any awkward vibrations or any cracks in it so that you set the thing off. You are good to go. And as you remove the glass, you hear silence, and thankfully nothing has tripped. You can all squeeze your way into the boardroom. And as you enter that, you see the boardroom itself. It's all closed down. There's nothing here, no kind of sideboard or files or anything. On the whiteboard, that if you see, you've just gone into the corner there on the left hand side, just by the kind of whiteboard, where the projector would be to kind of presentations and stuff. There is some notes scribbled about green energy, about the initiative, about some of the power that they've been getting, and they're trying to kind of make good on their customer service a bit more. All the kind of usual businessy stuff that you might see here in this green energy initiative. You see the logos of Advanced Geothermics around as well.
I love the sound of silence. It's a good song.
It is definitely good in this context. Where would you guys like to go from here?
Koi would want to check the offices just to see if there are any paper files that they can get looking through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and check if there's anything on the computers that we can access easily.
Yeah, sure. You jimmy the lock into the out of the boardroom and into the offices as you folks head up in there. Here you've got some cubicles of a few people, just workers who are here staffing the usual kind of positions you might see. There's no kind of customer facing customer service people or any kind of telecom stuff like that. It's all stuff that it's about the actual operation and administration of the facility. Essentially, the vibe you get from the outset is that this is a like geothermic power generator, a little power plant, and they're administering it. If you want to check the computer, then please do make an infotech check for me. I mean, you've got your hacker here as well, Josh, so you might want to be the one to carry some of this stuff out. Let's have a look.
I don't have the worst thing on it, but you probably have a better mod than me if you want to go for it.
I don't know. I think I might be a little bit out of practice.
I have a +3.
Okay. I mean, we're basically the same there. So
Okay, I'll take a crack at it. Six? Does a 6 do it?
we are basically the same.
So you have a little trouble with the password, but Josh, I want Ziphius to give it another go. You've got the tools for this, right? So if you want to roll, your like basically your infotech. So roll your intelligence and add your proficiency for me, and then we'll do some damage to the password firewall here. Oh man!
There we go. Nat 20.
Nat 20. So this is a hacking attack. So that
Yay!
Nat 20 is a critical hit. I want you to roll 2d8 for me.
I was just grabbing physical dice.
That's all right. I'll take either. A 10.
I'll take
All right.
roll 20s. 10.
Yeah. So your Dave's tool is this brute force attack, which basically it uses like dictionary attacks. So it's trying all of the different passwords. It's like, like banana orange, and it's like it's just using all the words it possibly can, but it's working incredibly fast, far faster than anyone personally ever could. Tried lots of number combinations and everything like that, and fairly quickly manages to crack this pretty simple password as it goes through lots of regular password things that you've calibrated for the situation. And you get through to somebody's desktop. I like Detective Zen's like suggestion in chat that it's basically there's a pin. So it's one of those Windows pins rather than an actual full password. So you've only got 4 numbers to crack. So it works very quickly. I love fish. And you get through onto the desktop of a like regular worker, literally able to access any file they've got here because it thinks you are the user as well. Anything you wanted to know about the company here that I might be able to answer from the information you've got?
Anybody got anything?
I'd say see if they got anything on them volcanoes, That was what was on the disc and all that.
Okay, so general geography of the area, how much energy they can get.
Yeah. Volcano has been fairly dormant as the kind of thing said for the last couple of 100 years. But they're able to the magma chamber is so they've just got so hang on, think of how they're kind of data chip because you've had that and stuff. So the magma chamber is quite deep here. They managed to get some good geothermals out of it though, so it's working quite efficiently actually, and like working quite well. They've been exceeding targets because of that, so all fairly bland stuff, but they're bosses and stuff are all very happy with the actual facility itself and the generator.
Does it say anywhere like how close they drilled down to the magma chamber?
So for the life of me, writing this, I did some research on geothermics a little bit, not a huge amount. I think they don't drill so much into the magma chamber, but what they do is like they're bringing up hot water that they'll be able to turn into, or they run it through hot rocks essentially. So they're not actually going like into the magma chamber itself, because that's actually quite far down. It can be, but the customer-facing stuff here just says that they've copied a design from another geothermics plant. One actually fairly like Northern Europe, and they haven't had any kind of difficulties or anything in that regard. But the kind of information you get here doesn't show you exactly like how far they've like drilled down, or the construction has gone enough far down, that kind of thing.
Or if there are any plans to drill further.
No plans that you see here. The facility's all set up and ready to go. It's been operating for a number of months now. They are very happy with the targets.
Okay. Do I see anything in there that are, areas that this user does not have permission to access?
If they don't, then they just haven't been shared on it, so it doesn't show up. But you might expect that if there is like more of an actual kind of like office in terms of the actual kind of, chief operating officer or something for the actual plant itself, that you might get more information there.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to see from?
We should probably check
I'm
out
good.
that CEO's office if it's on this office, and hopefully they'll have a little more info on this.
Do we want to check out the server room first in case we have to destroy it in a hurry?
Yeah, there was a little room that we walked past that I was kind of interested in.
Fine by me.
All right. So we go to the door of the server room then? Is there any
Sure.
sort of lock on it?
Yeah, absolutely. But you take a little bit of time, you jimmy that open with your thieves' tools. You actually use one of those like under door tools. It's basically a big, weird, like extendable kind of stick thing, and you actually get it up underneath, and you're actually able just to. The way this works is the door you can always open from the inside in case you get shut in. So you just open it from underneath. You don't even have to use any lockpicks or anything, and it just opens straight up, and in you go.
It looks like one of those grabber things that you can use to pick
Yeah.
up things that are on the ground.
Yeah. It like curls around and stuff. Yeah, it's literally that. And yeah, you have a look inside. You've got a little server in front of you, big stack of stuff, all still buzzing away, and like lots of poor cable maintenance and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, does Ziff know how to get into this kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. You can connect and you can.
Yeah, because Josh doesn't know how, like, the mechanism for doing that, but Ziff probably.
No, that's all fine. So what I want you to do is mechanically is roll an access check for me. So this is going to be, again, it's like your infotech check. So +3 to the roll. And it's just going to be difficulty 5 just to get through the kind of basic level of security.
That's an 8.
Nice. All right. So you go through the server, check all the kind of files and folders and stuff. You do find that there is some stuff that the office computers that you were just in didn't have access to, and it's some of the more financial records, the kind of, official dealings with the Japanese government in terms of setting up the plant and stuff. Everything is above board, and everything is how you might expect it to be in terms of like a business. The server itself, though, in terms of its mapping and its actual like something else is connected here, but is sectioned off, partitioned off, and is inaccessible to you. So there's a lot of other IT going on, but it's not mapped to here in the office. And you've got access to some of the diagnostics for the actual generator itself, and that's functioning. So the only black spot you've got is this facility that's to your east.
Interesting. But before we go out of here, can I just take a look at what the current state of this plant with the Japanese government is?
Yeah, it's all set up officially. They're very happy with it because they're looking at more green initiatives as the years have gone on. And advanced geothermics and its CEO, who's is like that code name Jijin. They're actually very happy with her, and she's been the one to actually try and push the Japanese government to do more of these green initiatives.
All right, we really don't want to screw this up.
I don't suppose there's anything on earthquake, seeing that's what Jijin's name means.
I'll try to see if I can find anything.
Having a look through the files, you see, obviously, that in some risk assessment somewhere, there is the fact that they might trigger an earthquake or they might trigger a volcanic eruption. But according to all the documentation, they've made all the necessary steps to avoid such a thing. And actually, the construction of the power plant, they wouldn't have drilled down so far to be able to really agitate anything like that. So they are quite happy that everything was in kind of levels of tolerance.
Is there any sort of file irregularities in file history there?
Nothing. Everything's above board.
Okay.
Do we want to go out the way we came and investigate the other facility before risking blowing our cover? Where people might see us more in the main part of the building?
Sounds good to me, darling.
Then we can just come back in if we need to.
All right. You folks all head out back through the boardroom and back through the little window hole you have made for yourselves. Placing the window back. Let's say, because for some cool spy effect, you've got some little kind of weird silicon spray stuff that starts melding the glass back together, so that there's this faintest of impressions on the glass as you repair it and get back. You have a cheeky little look around the window, just the corner, to see if the security guard is still sat at the desk, and he is starting to nod off a little bit at his post. But presumably, are you making your way to that other facility? The kind of black spot for you? All right, let's head over there.
Yeah, if he's starting to nod off.
All right. Just put these down here. All right, so let me pop you down. As you arrive in the bottom corner of this little map, you see on that first floor, apologies, no windows, even though the map's got this little breaks in them. Oh god, that's gone far too close. You do see a doorway, double doorway, kind of like regular silver kind of like facility doors, like outside doors, but they've got basic handle, metal, no window to peer inside, but they are closed at the moment. But that is all you see. Besides, you remember the fact that on the other side of around the corner of that building, there is a kind of like these like roller kind of doors that you can get a vehicle into, that kind of thing. All right, so what would you guys like to do first of all? So I'm going to take this as like the infiltration phase. We have we have a little bit of kind of regularity in terms of combat. So you can like be thrown into combat like we did at the casino. But what you guys are doing is infiltration. So we do have some actual rounds and turns to take here. So what will happen is all of the three of you will take your turn in any order you wish. And then any other NPCs that are around will then take their turn, either moving around regular patrol routes or like doing their thing or whatever it is. So it's over to you first of all. So in any order, guys. So take your time, have a little chat. Where do you want to go, and what do you want to do?
I'm thinking we probably want to go through the double doors instead of the roll down overhead door.
Yeah, if anything, just less noise that way. Do we want to just check to see if it's trapped first, and then see what we have to do to get through it? Or if there's someone
good to me.
kind of right there, if we can tell.
Like
Okay.
slip a mirror under it.
Nice. All right. So it's going to take a couple of turns to move at your regular speed. If you dash, you might be heard. This is the thing. So we're moving. We're doing the usual move and action style stuff like we do in combat. So just bear in mind that you could dash by all means. I mean, we're looking here just from where you are, Sandy, that you're looking at like 50, 55, 60 feet to get over to the actual doorway just there. So just for the sake of my NPCs, this is going to take a couple of turns. It's not. I had to move you. There we go. You guys should now all see facility. There we go. All right. So you're in the bottom left-hand corner of this map. And then draw my little arrow. You're looking about 50, 60 feet from where you guys are. So that is going to take a couple of turns, just for the sake of my NPCs. If you dash, like I say, you might be heard. Guards might come to investigate, that kind of thing. Literally, the Metal Gear Solid, like, what was that noise? Like.
Do we want to just go slow? We haven't rushed anyway.
Slow and steady does always win the race.
Yep. just full movement for me, and then stop and see if I hear anything, or if I can see any burglary prevention devices on the doors.
Sure. So let me move you guys over, and we'll count the fact that you have taken a couple of turns. So I will move some fellas around. My little GM layer here. Okay, and this is the only little fiddly bit for the GM, is they have to move some hidden people in between you folks' turns. All right. So checking the doorway for me as your action. If you want to make an infiltration check for me, somebody, to check whether the doors are trapped or
I'll do that.
Like surveilled at all.
Yeah, let's go with the class that has infiltrate in the name.
Clue is in the name, right?
11.
What was that? All right.
Because I rolled a 4.
+7's all right, though, isn't it? So you don't see any like little traps or any like anti-theft devices all around the hinges or the underneath. You can just about slip like a mirror underneath. The door itself at the bottom has a little bit of the kind of almost brush-like texture to stop the wind and stuff, but you can just slip something underneath if you've got like a little camera or if you've got like a little mirror or something. So that was Sandy. There's two of you left to go. We've got Ziphius and Koi. Who wants to go next?
I just want to make a perception check for hearing.
Sure. Okay. So roll a perception check for me.
That's a 15.
Pretty nice. Okay, so you do hear footsteps down the corridor, but they're fairly distant at the moment, kind of echoing around.
Okay, we're good to go.
All right. Koi, it's over to you for the last turn of your round, and then we'll go again.
She'll try the door handle.
Cool. All right. It is not locked, and you can move inside if you'd like.
She's gonna very carefully, slowly open the door and sneak in.
Okay. So for the sake of not having to roll a stealth check every single turn we move, so long as you're not dashing, there's not going to be a problem. You are all competent spies. You can move up to your speed, and I'll only be asking you to make any stealth tests if you might be spotted by somebody or something like that. So you can move up to your speed. So you can move to a corner here, 15 feet. You can move to the door here for 10. You can move up to this other door on your left-hand side for 20 feet if you wanted to. You've already moved 5 just to move up to the door itself.
She will move up to the second doorway, so 20 feet.
Okay, up to the top there. All right. This is a door very similar to the one you've just seen. Just you've come through the front door. Very similar look in terms of its metal feel, no window or anything like that. You do hear a little kind of construction style sound, very almost like jackhammer kind of digging type sound just through this doorway here.
She'll pop it open just to take a look.
Sure. Yeah, I'll let you do that with the rest of your move, let's say. So let me just reveal my little dudes. So you see a guard just by a couple of containers, just as you pop the door ajar there. You also do see this borehole that's being drilled into by this large drill unit that's extending over this kind of crane-like arm into it. And you can hear the reverberation as it's drilling very deep into the earth at the moment. Just above you, just above the doorway, you see those stairs that are heading up just in front of the door, just as you creep just a little bit further around with the door. And just above that is a gangway. Just hanging off of that gangway is some kind of drill kind of drone hanging off the ceiling just by this kind of gangway just off the edge.
Okay, that's her turn.
All right. So I am gonna move some of my guys. And from your right-hand side, you hear a guard speak to you in Japanese. He says very abruptly, "What are you doing here? Get out." And he raises a submachine gun towards you to basically be ready in case you try and do anything funky.
Oh no.
Is that what you do?
That was out of character. In character, she tries to play it off like, "Oh, am I not supposed to be in here? They told me to clean the offices."
All right, so what's going to happen here? I've just got one little last bit of movement to do. Where's my GM layer? All right, let's just do a GM layer here quickly. Okay. What I am going to ask all you folks to do is you essentially now get one final turn to make your turns. So one final round to make your turns as you'd like. Or actually, no, sorry. So what happens when you kind of get discovered and stuff during this infiltration phase is anyone who is left to go in their turn then would get to make a turn. You folks have all gone. So you were the last person in this round. So what we're actually going to do now is roll for initiative, and then we're going to actually go into main combat as per normal. So I'm going to roll for my guards here. So that is a 17. And
Oops. Might be.
Fennec's pretty good. Let's get this turn tracker off and remove all. All right, so let's go around the horn then. Fennec, what did you get?
18.
Nice. Okay. And then, Ali, what did you get?
An 8.
That's okay. We can have slow spies sometimes. And then, Josh, what did you get?
19.
Nice. Very good score. And then my guards. Hang on, if I do him. Yeah, that was a 17 from me with Dex. Okay. So they are going to go first. So on their turn, the guard that's seen you, Fennec, is going to move up. Let's just check him. He is 30 feet. So he is going to move his speed, and then he is going to try and grapple you. So he's got the gun strapped to him, so he's going to drop his gun just to go by his side, and then he is going to try and grapple you. I'd like you to make an athletics or acrobatics check to resist this, and I am going to make the same check on his behalf. Oh. I rolled a 4, and you got a nat 20. All right. So you managed to dodge out the way. He grasps at you a couple of times, and you're like flicking behind, like dodging, real kind of spy stuff. And he doesn't manage to get hold of you. Then, Josh, it is your turn. Ziphius's action.
All right, the gun is by the guard's side. How is it by the guard's side? Are they still holding on to it?
No, they're not. No. So he had it up like this, and then dropped it with a strap. So it is now basically strapped, but kind of just flapping at his side, flapping at his left side, basically.
Okay, I'm just going to come up behind him and just grab the gun. I know it's still attached to him, but I'm just going to keep the guard from controlling it.
Cool. Okay. So you can absolutely head up behind him. And then what you can do is, if you've got both hands clear, you can take, so you can try and restrain him. So this is like a little bit of an adaptation for the restrain condition, but it's enabling you guys all to do that. So what you can do is, if you restrain him, then in your next turn, as an action, you'll be able to try and grab his gun off him. So I'll need the restrain first of all. So this is like a grapple action. So if you wanted to take it, it's a strength athletics check, and then he will combat that with a contested strength athletics or acrobatics check.
So can I just try to, instead of restraining him, just try to grab the gun so that he would have to pull it away from me in order to use it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could try that. I think this is going to be basically the same kind of check. So athletics, okay. And then he'll try and resist that using his acrobatics. I think. Let's check what they're good at.
I am a hacker. Strength is not my strong suit. I got a 6.
No. All right. I got a 6, but I add +3 to that, so a 9. So he spins around a little bit, having not been able to grab Koi. So he is actually like slapping you away, dodging a little bit out of the way. You don't manage to get a grab off his gun. So next up in the initiative order is Koi. What would you like to do?
She's gonna pull out her garrote wire, and she's gonna try and wrap it around the guard's neck and to restrain them.
Cool. All right. So this weapon has the kind of like grappling like feature, like special rule. So or property. So essentially, if you actually land the attack, you will also grapple him. So make that attack for me against his AC, and then if you succeed, then you'll also grapple them.
Does a 16 hit?
It does. Now, roll that damage for me. You got that on the sheet?
Yeah, so 4 points of damage.
Perfect. All right. Let me mark that off for them. All right, cool. Yeah, so you flip your garrote string over and start tugging. They pull at their neck, trying to pull away as you start strangling them with that garrote string. And then that is your action. Any movement you want to do? You can drag him a little bit if you want to.
Yeah, she'll drag to pull him away from Sorix.
Sure. So this is going to cost an additional foot of movement each. So you've got about 15 feet. So let's pop you there, just away from the doorway. And then that is your turn, I believe. And if you've got any bonus actions, we're over to Sandy.
So they honestly seem to have that situation pretty covered. I might like take off down the hall to the right, to like,
Sure.
and then like peek around the corner to see if there's any more guards coming that way.
Sure. So you can move your movement. So we'll see if you want to dash a bit later. So you have a look around the corner. You don't see any guards down that side at the moment.
Then I want to continue the rest of my movement, starting my way down that way, and like just barely peeking into doors as I go.
Sure. I think you only got 30 feet, so I think from where you are roughly, it was 25. So you got another 5 feet.
Yeah.
So you get there. You check that restroom, the male restroom there, and there's no one inside.
Okay.
The stall door is open, and there's no one inside there either. So you're
Awesome.
you're all right for that. Did you want to dash at all? To get some more movement on there?
I don't want to reveal myself to possibly people further down the hallway that didn't realize what was going on at the entry, if that's
definitely
possible. So
absolutely. Cool. All right. So we go back up to the top of the round, and it is the guard's turn. You hear a little bit of speaking and movement on the other side of the doorway that this guy's like busted you at. You can just about overhear on his earpiece radio as well, in Japanese. I think there's a problem. I'm just going to check it out. And from the doorway just in front of you, you do see this guard pull back the door and knock his microphone over, flick his gun up to have a look, and sees who we got is the hacker, so it's you, Josh, Ziphius, and is going to yell at you as well, or is going to yell, "We're compromised," and is going to take a shot. I'm going to do it. They're going to go loud. So this is going to be against your AC. You've got a bit of cover kind of from the doorway. Like it's not a clear shot, I think. So we'll give you some half cover as well for +2 to your armor class. Wow, 17.
That hits.
And 5 to that. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to be doing D10. We're going to be doing 9 damage.
I am looking rough.
These guns are pretty hefty. So a little additional thing for the spy game is you all get a I think like a kind of second wind style thing. So you can, as an action, you can spend a hit die in combat just once to give yourself a little bit of healing, just kind of like a bit of an adrenaline rush, just trying to bring it together. It's the FPS like duck behind. Some of the damage goes away, and you can get back up and like carry on, that kind of thing. So guns are a little rough, but they're very quick, and cover is your friend at that point. Okay. I'm going to move just another couple of people. Sandy, you do hear another door, like towards the other end of the corridor, maybe around the corner. You do hear another door open, but you don't see any along your little strip for that. And that is them done. So Ziphius, it's your turn now.
Okay, the guard that shot me, did they come through the door, or are they still kind of peeking behind the door?
No, they're peeking behind the door. So you've both got a bit of half cover because you are like trying to minimize your kind of thing there.
Okay, they already went loud, and just normal green energy plants don't usually have submachine guns for their security guards. So I'm going to go ahead and take out my pistol and go ahead and take a shot at this guard.
Cool. All right. So have we go there. Nice roll.
That's a 21.
21's going to hit. Yeah. Not a nat 20, but it's good. So I want you to roll the damage for me.
5 damage.
Okay. The wrong layer here. Checking. Yeah, cool. Alrighty.
And then I'm going to move to the door further down the hallway and try it, see if I can open to get myself more cover.
This doorway here that I just moved you to? Cool. Yeah. It's not locked. You head in, and there's a little office inside.
Cool. That's my turn.
Cool. No problem. And then it is over to Koi. So Fennec, you got a chance to grab this guy. You got a little human shield there, just in case.
Yeah, she's gonna keep just garroting him in the hopes of knocking him out, and if that happens, then she'll take his weapon.
Nice. All right. I mean, you do have him grappled. You can try to disarm him from here, and then you've got the submachine gun if you want. Or yeah, if you want to keep garroting him, that's absolutely fine too. We'll just roll that attack.
Yeah, she'll just keep garroting him.
Right, so I'm going to let you roll this attack at advantage, because you've already got him essentially. So you're just trying to cause a bit more damage.
So 21?
Nice, yeah, definitely. We don't need to roll the advantage. Let's roll the damage for me again. Almost. I think you got a little period there just to the front.
So another 4 damage.
Cool. No problem at all. All right. Yeah, he's still struggling, still kicking a little bit, but he is finding it a struggle. Any movement you want to make there, just in case, or?
She's gonna back up the rest of the way up against the wall.
Nice. All right. Cool. That's where you go. And then we are back to Sandy.
So I'd like to move my full 30 feet forward in the way I was heading. And then I want to, can I ready an action to trigger when someone rounds the corner? So I want to ready my taser.
Yep. Cool. All right. I think you can move your tokens as well if you'd like. You should be able to move yourself. Let's have a little check on the distance. So 30 brings you up to that like staff room bit near that door just there if you wanted to move up.
I can't select it.
Oh, okay. That should be on the token layer. Let me just check. Yeah, that's all right. I'll move it along. There we go. And yeah, so you've readied your action for tasering anyone who comes around the corner. All right. So let's respond to that straight away. So you do hear footsteps coming around that corner, and you see someone around the corner, another guard with another submachine gun just around the corner. So if you want to roll that taser attack for me.
All right. $12.
It's not going to hit, I'm afraid. It gets his clothing, but the stab vest that he's wearing just doesn't catch properly, and you can flicking the electronics, but just as he's like in the midst of this fight, as he's raised his gun, it's not quite made contact with him properly.
Oops.
All right. And then we've got Grot Guy's kind of still struggling. We'll leave him like that. And then we've got the guard here who is rounding the corner, and they are going to basically kind of they look left, they look right, they see you, Koi, and the guard, and they start walking up towards you, and they're shouting at you in Japanese to let him go. And to put your weapons down.
She's going to yell back in Japanese for them to drop their weapons, and then she'll let him go.
All right. Where's my little GM layer? All right. Just move some of these folks around. Ooh. All right. And that is going to be, well, not quite their turn. So the guy who tried to taser Ali is going to shoot at you back and then whip back around the corner. So let's roll that for them. That is a 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah, okay. So let's roll that damage for them. You are going to take 6 damage.
Okay.
All right. That was their go, and we are back up to you, Josh. So what do you want Ziphius to do?
Okay, I want to peek out the door and take another shot with my pistol.
Yep. Not a problem. You've got a clear shot there, so no cover or anything for them.
That's a 12.
It's not quite going to hit, I'm afraid. You nick at his shoulder as he yelps, goes down to one knee, is like spinning around to see what you're doing, to look at what's happening here with Koi, or Fennec's got going on. And it's in a bit of a compromised situation there.
All right, I'd like.
Did you want to move at all?
Yeah, I'd like to use my movement. I'm gonna come back behind the door, try to close the door, and then get back behind the desk. Now, can I hide as a bonus action? Is this? I've got a feature that allows me to do that in a chase.
Yeah, I'll let you do that here. Go on.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
So that's a 14.
Yeah. So that's difficulty we've got for checking and looking at you, for looking for you. All right. So that was your turn. We are back up to Fennec and Koi. What do you want to do?
She's just gonna keep
Keep
and
garroting.
have her human shield.
Right, fair. All right. So yeah, roll the attack with advantage for me, and then roll the damage.
So 22 with advantage?
Yeah, definitely. Roll that damage for me.
3 points of damage.
Oh, okay. He's like pulling a bit harder. He's managing to catch his breath. Like he's kind of working on you a little bit and actually loosening your grip slightly. Anything you want to do elsewise? Move or any other bonus actions or anything?
Unfortunately, no.
Fair.
I just want to say I thought that you rolled 22 for damage there, and I got really excited.
I wish.
Yeah. I appreciate the excitement anyway. Like I thought it was pretty cool. All right, Ali, we're back over to you. Sandy, what do you want it to do?
I would like to move up like a little bit, like maybe half my movement, throw a knife at this person, and then I want to use the rest of my movement to go into that closet and bonus action hide.
All right. So you're going to need to like move out a little bit here to get an actual sight on.
Yep.
They're going to get a little bit of half cover from where they've
that's
kind
what
of slipped
that's what I
behind
figured.
the
So
thing.
like I can angle down, and then I should still have enough movement to run back to the closet.
Yeah, no problem.
Alrighty.
Okay. Yeah, roll the attack for me.
A 21 to hit.
Nice, that does hit, definitely. These are some great rolls tonight, guys. Well, that damage.
6 damage.
6 is pretty good. Nice. All right. You managed, like, you hear him yelp as it gets him in the leg, but you've darted off quicker than you can see it happen back into that cleaning closet. Silently closing the door as quickly as you can. Let's see just how silently it is. So if you roll a stealth check for me there.
$16.
All right. So yeah, that's going to be the difficulty to like find you again. All right.
And I'm also using the hide thing. So it should.
Yeah. So you are hidden again. Back up to them. So as he's got a bit more of a grip away from you, Fennec, he's actually going to try and resist this. So we're going to have another roll contest to get out of it. So this is going to be strength athletics for you, and I'm going to roll their acrobatics. Oof.
11?
Nice. I mean, so you beat that score. So you've managed to still keep hold of them. So they're good. This guy who's in the corridor with you looks back, misses the fact that Ziphius just like gone. But then there is a second guard that wheels round and appears just through the door, and then the guy who's like focused on you, Fennec, kind of points to his mate and is like, back that way. And he moves around and is like looking for any of you guys down that corridor that way. the guy who so yeah, there is a bit of a standoff here with you, Finnick, and this guard who is like not really sure what to do here. This guy is like gonna get garroted. But the guard down nearby you, Ali, they are going to move around, and they basically they spin round. You hear them move up. There's a pause, and then they slowly move up. And as is 4 doors down this way. Let's think. Let's see how wise they're. They're pretty good wisdom. So they are going to open the closet. What I'm going to say is basically if they fail a perception check, you're in amongst stuff. So like if they fail a perception check, then they're just like not able to see you. So let's just actually make their check there. And your roll for that hide was, let's just see, it's 21, right? Well, that was the hit, I think.
I think it was like 16 or something.
16 was the hide. All right, so they're going to add 5 to this. 17. So they just make you out through the stuff there. So they are actually going to move in, and they are going to try and grapple you as well. So this is a contest. So if you want to make a strength, athletics, or acrobatics check for me, I'm going to roll theirs, and then we're going to see who wins. Well, no one can grapple anyone tonight, apparently.
We'll take it. That's fine.
I'm sure it's good. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I only rolled 20 more than they did.
Yeah. All right. So you put this mops in the way of them and stuff, and just bash them around a bit in this closet. Useless guards. If you want something done right, do it yourself. That's what I say. But Josh, we're back up with you and Zifia.
Okay, so Koi is the one who physically protects me. I'm not the one that physically protects her. So she's definitely got this covered. She's fine, I'm sure. So I'm going to go ahead and use my second wind as I try to steal my nerves. I'm going to move still within the room, but move so that my back is against the wall that the door's on. Mm-hmm. So that if somebody comes in, maybe they don't see me right away. Yep. And then I'm going to use my second wind as my action.
All right, so roll your hit die for me, and you get that many hit points back.
6.
Nice, very nice. All right. So that's you moving your action. Then it is over to Koi. Then
she's gonna keep garroting this dude. It's
go on. Roll the attack for me at advantage, and then roll damage.
So 15 with advantage.
Yeah, that succeeds. So roll the damage for me.
Uh, 6.
So this guy finally managed to get it, just holding on to that neck, and he starts to flop and falls unconscious.
Yeah, she's not letting him fall down. She's keeping him up as a human meat shield.
All right. Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
Okay. Then Alice, back over to you.
So I would like to bonus action disengage, leave the room, and lock it behind me with my thieves' tools.
All right. So he is occupying that whole space, and he's not going to let you through.
Gotcha.
That space. So I would let you move past him, but I will give him an attack of opportunity if you wanted to do that.
I'm gonna try it. So I'll take the attack of opportunity, but I'll just save my disengage to do something else with my bonus action.
Sure, yeah.
Actually, wait, I should be able to, with my class, do the locking with my bonus action.
I'll let you, yeah.
Because I have the fast hands. So I want to go past him, provoking an attack of opportunity, and stab him on the way by, and then lock him in.
All right. So I'm going to give him the attack of opportunity first.
Okay.
As you move past him. So this though is going to be an unarmed attack as he tries to like bat you with the butt of his submachine gun. It's rolled a nat 1, so he misses entirely. You manage to slip past him. And if you want to attack with one of your knives, I think. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, cool. Make that attack for me.
I'm assuming an 8 doesn't hit.
Afraid not. Afraid he might just manage to get a mop head in the way, and like you slice into this mop head. But you're on the other side of the door. Manage to close it.
I want to lock him in.
Manage to close it behind you, and I am going to need you to make a dexterity. It's like basically like sleight of hand.
Alrighty. $17.
Yeah, it's the 10 I had in mind, so that's good. So you lock the guy in. Good job. Any more movement you want to make there?
I'll take the rest of my movement further down, like to the corner, I guess. I'll stop at the corner.
All right. Stopping at the corner, you see another door that's up the end of the corridor as it turns, but no other people coming through.
Cool.
All right. And then it is their turn. I mean, having seen his mate fall unconscious, it's going to take the bold strategy to just shoot you and probably his mate. So an unfortunate human shield there, but let's shoot you. If he misses, I'll hit his mate. Why not? So that is going to be a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. So let's do the DDN damage. 6 plus the 3 is going to be a 9 damage.
She's looking rough. That took out half of her hit points in one go.
All right. So then we've got the other. Let's pop him unconscious. Just on here, so I know what's going on here. The other guy is going to move down. Hang on, how far can we move that? How far can we move them? 30. Okay. So guard here moves to the corner, but doesn't quite round it yet. So hasn't seen you, Ali. So you're all right. What's up here? No, good. All right. So that is everyone, I think. This guy's just locked in, still trying the door. So that's for that turn. And then Joshua, back up to you with Ziphius. You hear someone go past that doorway, definitely.
Oh, all right. So gonna steel myself, feeling a little bit better. I'm gonna peek outside the door, and I'm first going to kind of look back up towards Koi, because that's the last place that I saw someone.
Yeah.
Seeing the guard, gonna take another shot at him.
Okay. The guard that's pointing their gun at Fennec?
Yeah, the one that's above me.
At the top, sure. No worries.
That's an 18.
Good hit. Yep.
Woot.
8 damage.
Nice. There's a few shots that clip bits of his armor and stuff. You get a bullet into one of the legs as well, because he's kind of like crouched down, and he yelps out. So you've managed to. He's looking rough. There's a bit of blood splatter on the floor as well. So you've definitely made a lasting impression. Anything else you want to do with any of the rest of your move, or any bonus actions or anything like that?
Yay! Oh crap, there's another guard behind me. I'm gonna go back into the office and then try to hide behind the desk again.
All right. Make that high check for me.
Dirty 20.
All right. That's a good number. So I'll keep that in mind for any perception checks later on. Fennec, we are back up to you and Koi.
So Koi's gonna move down to the guard that shot at her, and she's gonna try and garrote him because that seems to work for her so far.
All right. So you drop this guy, rush down, rush this fella, and yep. So if you make that attack for me.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Oh man, he is ready for you and bats away the garrote string, and you just a little bit back, stands up as best he can and readies himself for a melee that's about to happen. But before then, we're over to Ali again, and we're over to Sandy. What would you like to do?
I want to round the corner and I want to head for the stairs. I'm just gonna I might actually dash up. And then on my way, I want to use my action to reload my taser.
Cool. So you got is dash one of the bonus things?
Yeah.
As a class feature.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So you make your way up. Let's move you up. There, I think that was 15. So you make it all the way up the stairs. And from here, you can make it to either one of these doors that's just to your north. You've got administrative computers to your left-hand side. You can see a boardroom table, proper evil-looking one, like Villain's Layers. It's all black and curvy and stuff. And then to your right-hand side, you've got these two doors.
I want to head for the doors.
Yeah, you can head to this one pretty easy.
All right.
Reload your taser. All good. And from here, there's a little circle in the door that you can just make your way, just see through with this little kind of gridded, bulletproof kind of style glass. And you do see who you identified as Jijin at the controls. In this kind of mission control style, almost NASA-esque kind of mezzanine, where there's lots of computers and graphs and stuff, and magma chambers up on the screens and stuff. And she's starting to power up the drone.
I want to alert that I found Jijin through my earpiece.
Sure. All right, you make everyone aware of that.
A little busy, darling.
And it is back over to the guards. Fennec, let's have a little scrap here. So he's just going to try an unarmed strike against you here. Rolls a 15.
Yeah, that hits. Her armor class is 14.
Oof, all right. And so this is going to be 2 bludgeoning damage. Because just an unarmed strike is just 1 plus a strength modifier.
Okay, she's looking battered, but not quite down for the count yet.
Kind of smacks you around a bit. The guard here who you shot near, Josh, is going to wheel back round, and you hear him move up to the office door and open the door and point his gun into the room. I'm going to roll a perception check to see if I can see you. And that is going to be an 11. So that's a no. So you are ducked behind this office desk and just out of sight from him. This guy's still locked in the closet. So it is back over to you, Josh. You've got this guy, you can just see out the corner of the desk, you can just see this guy having opened the door, and he's got his gun pointed into the room.
All right, there are too many of them. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and take a shot at him.
So you'll have advantage here because you're hidden.
All right, so that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, so the 17 hits. Brilliant. All right, so if you roll the damage for me.
That's 5 damage.
All right. So you take a couple of shots. They just go wide, and he backs up a little bit, having taken a couple of shots. Do keep a little track of how many shots you've fired. You will need to reload that pistol at some point. If it's a light pistol, you've got a good 9 actions, so you're all good. But just keep a little tally of those for me.
Yep, I've used 4 of those so far, I believe.
Cool.
So I'm just going to crouch back behind the desk and return there.
Yeah, you've got a good bit of cover there. And then, Fennec, you're in a scrap with this guy, and it's your turn.
She's gonna try and garrote him again, just because it's the easiest way to grapple and get him to stop hitting her.
Sure. Go for it. Oh,
Again, it's a 5.
Again? That's maddening. I'm calling that roll 20. That's so roll again.
Okay.
Because we're not having that. It's 2 ones in a row. This algorithm is just like bogus.
9.
All right, so 9 doesn't hit, I'm afraid. Not quite. But there was a chance. The grot was so effective before.
It was. She's gonna. No, because he'll still get an attack of opportunity. You know what? No, she's gonna try and duck outside of the building and go around the corner.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get to the doors here. Let me try and unarmed strike you there. 14 plus 3, 17.
Yeah.
For 2 more bludgeoning damage.
Okay, she's looking bloody. But she's still stumbling along.
All right. And then we are back over to Sandy as you see Jijin punching in commands to this console in front of her in mission control.
I would like to, try to get the door open without her hearing me.
Mm-hmm.
So, get into the space behind her so that I can make a ranged attack without her hearing me.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then I want to try to surprise tase her.
Yeah.
Would I get advantage on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And your
Okay.
sneak attack.
That's a nat 20.
Nice.
So,
all right.
This is gonna be some damage.
You have to remind me, do you double your sneak attack dice?
I don't know. I'm
From
not
my
sure what I
recollection,
did for this.
yes.
So am I doubling
double
all the dice on it?
Yeah.
So that's gonna be 6d6.
Roll them dice.
That is 22 damage.
Wow. All right. You managed to sneak around the doorway, pull up your taser, and just at the right second, zap her, grabs her in the shoulder, and she goes down, kind of fitting, heading down there, and then falls to the floor unconscious. You see the drone that's by the gangway, you can see out through the windows of mission control was starting to whir up, but the command codes haven't quite been inputted in yet properly.
I want to use the rest of my movement to get over to the controls.
Yep, no problem. And you've got the cancellation commands ready to go as you want. Punching them in slows down the drone, brings it to a stop, and eventually, with a bit of a fight, the corridor, the guards, having figured out you guys are a crazy secret agent, running and hiding force, eventually you overpower them, they give up. So you've powered down the drone that you needed to do, you've infiltrated the facility. This is mission accomplished. There we go. We have just literally at 2 o'clock, my time anyway, reached our finish time. So there we go, guys. That was the Quick Start Adventure Tectonic Shift from the Spy Game Quick Start. There you go.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Yes, thank you so much.
So once again, for the people at the back, this is kickstarting from the 2nd of July. This is the Spy Game, and is a modern interpretation of 5e. So it's got all the really familiar rules at its core, but it is a modern interpretation with loads of cool spy features and loads of cool gadgets and stuff like that, and amazing vehicles. Please check us out at blackcatsgaming.com for more information, or you can follow me around Twitter and around the internet generally at RPG Webby. Just check out Kickstarter for the Spy Game on July 2nd. Fennec, why don't you take it from here? Maybe we'll have a little chat from the guys, see what you enjoyed and all that kind of stuff.
I love spy movies. I grew up on the James Bond movies. So this was great. It was fun getting a chance to feel like you're playing James Bond, and going in and doing all the cool international stuff that you see him do. But also, I'm Fennec. I'm the only associate director at Nerdsmith right now, actually, I should say. You can find me at the Fennec Wolf on Twitter, the Fennec Wolf Child here on Twitch. I'm on the Land Above podcast, along with In Vain While Purgishnacht, which is a Vampire 5th Edition podcast that Sam's company Modifius is, I want to say you guys print it out, correct?
Yeah.
They, put it out for the public, and it's really awesome. So, let's go over to Josh.
Hi. So I really I'm amazed that the chip thing worked. I really enjoyed trying to hack into things, and getting to hide and not get hit, and leaving the rest of my party to do whatever. And leaving people to die but not having them actually die is always great. So I'm Mini Vizzini in different areas online, and again, thank you, Sam. Just had a really good time this evening.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, this was so much fun. I loved how the strategy of 5e plays so well into the genre, in a way that's so different from a fantasy setting with it.
Mm-hmm.
I had just had so much fun. I'm Allie. You can find me at Perfect Casima on Twitter, on Twitch, on Tenor, on all the things. I stream at irregular points in time and make too many GIFs.
It's a valuable service you're bringing to people.
It is.
We always need more GIFs.
Again, thank you, Sam, so much for running this for us. It was wonderful.
No problem. It's been an absolute pleasure. You guys were a blast, and it was loads of fun to run.
It was so fun to play.
Good. Yeah. Once again, if you fancy checking it out, folks in chat, or if you lot fancy checking it out as well, you can get the Quick Start right now on Drive-Thru RPG. Just search for the Spy Game Quick Start, or follow the links in chat, and you'll get it right here, right now. That's in preparation for the Kickstarter. That is going to go live on Tuesday, July 2nd. So check us out there. and hopefully we'll see you in the comments and we'll see you as a backer. So yeah, thank you very much, guys. It's been fantastic.
All right. Thanks everybody who came out today. Come hang out with us as we're going to go head over to the Greyhawk channel, and you're all wonderful and stay amazing. Bye.
And we should be out.
Yeah, I got the host there. Sweet. Thanks again, guys.
No, thank you.